Okay, alrighty. I've been doing some research, a lot of research. So I have a notebook LM here, and I've added tons of YouTube videos about marketing your games, how to promote yourself, how to grow your channel. I've also put in information about the game that I'm making and the influences. So Elin Rimworld, Dwarf Fortress, stuff like that. Um, and then this notebook is just all about indie game development and marketing and strategy. Um, and actually, I'll put this in the chat. Well, I can share. They're in my Discord. So yeah, as always, here's my link tree, and here's the Discord. Um, let's see here. The other thing I did was I've put all my YouTube videos that I've been streaming here so far, and basically kind of doing a report. Let's do another one. Document the progress. What was done in each video. Highlight progress made. So I've created mind maps of off my videos and stuff. So it kind of shows a lot of here it kind of shows my workflows and all that. My architectural principles, the tools that I'm using, and then progress tracking. What is it? The core game systems here. So inventory and items. Crafting system. The health system and stats. It's AI storyteller. Grid-based movement, AR, pathfinding, PC television maintains fluidity, pauses when players idle. Game mechanics, pseudo turn-based action based on speed stat. Speed dictates number of actions per turn. Procedural gen. So yeah, cool stuff. But I'm just kind of digging in and trying to find better ways to one. I need to go through and update all the videos with this with information about what is done in each one. Give them better names, and I've found a name, a pseudo name for now, and I'm gonna call the game Magitech Frontier. I love the word Magitech, um, and from what I can see, it is not copyrighted. Um, so was it TSR? Just curious if what I can. I want to see if I can do a deep research on that. That probably is fine, but it's worth seeing what can come from it. I've created a playlist of the game dev streams. I'm gonna clean up my channel more. Um, but again, I'm just trying to refine the vision. I've been going really hard on the game functionality and all that stuff, and I've really been getting a lot of stuff done. So I want to invent a gun. That's cool because it's mysterious. Do do do. Magitech. Abandon. A failure to respond or late response. Electronic device for interactable. I could run into issues with it. I may need to throw a letter on it or something, change it slightly. But I like that word a lot. I like Magitech Frontier. Um, Novelty items, namely optical illusion beverage. Gymnastic and sporting articles not included in other classes. Well, anywho, let's get out of there. So I've been working on dungeon generation. Pretty happy with it. Let's see here. I'm going to expand it. So right now it's placing this. It's got a prefab for wall, floor, exit, entrance, and void, which again, um, you'll see what it looked like here in just a second. So for basic dungeon generation, it's pretty good. Good for a first stab. What I'm going to be doing, I'm going to be improving it. One, I'm going to add variations of the floor tiles. The player spawns in the floor at the moment. And then, as you can see, it creates hallways. See if the pathfinding is going to work. Pathfinding works, so everywhere that's red is unwalkable. Pathfinding grid's obviously way too big. I need to dynamically set the pathfinding grid to match the dungeon. So this is the entrance, and over here is the exit. And then probably what I'll do is I'll generate like every dungeon around the world. I'll like procedurally drop dungeons on the world map, and those dungeons will have 3 to 5 layers, and then there'll be like bosses on 3rd and 5th layer, something like that. Now this is just the start of the generation of the dungeon, and so here's kind of the setup. I've got it where width and height, border size, max room size, max room size, room count, room placement attempts, corridor width, scaling, and it's just got these prefabs here. And then I will use a fixed seed. Now I need to create a model to hold all the dungeon data, so I can put it into the save file as well. But right now I am gonna just keep polishing it. I'm not quite to the point of save states and all that. So what I want to do, make sure everything's working here. Oh yeah, right. Current node position is null. So if I get the graph, get the nearest, walkable. I'm gonna put a breakpoint here to see what's going on with that. So basically I'm gonna create the concept of a zone, and the zone is a local map, or I guess I can just call it map. But a zone can be a dungeon or a world space map, or a local map from the planet. So you got your planet tiles, your procedural planet, and then when you go into a tile on the planet, you got your zone or map, and it will have its data. I'll probably call it map, and then I'll actually probably map type will be dungeon, will be overworld, will be town, different things like that, and they'll have their associated info. So I'm curious to see how long debug.log. Dungeon gen started. I need to make this a threaded thing also, so it doesn't. I don't know if it is actually holding up the start, but we'll see. Delete it, and again, put a loading screen up while build is going off. Attached. I'm attached. I need to make this like the palette needs to be scriptable object. The dungeon config needs to be a scriptable object, and this isn't quite as data driven as I'd like it at the moment. I'm kind of torn on scriptable objects. like I almost think I'm just gonna go with JSON, so people have more ability to instantly start modding stuff. Because with scriptable objects, it's nice for me in the editor, but JSON is nice for the end users. You just need a text editor. You don't need to worry about this or that. Whereas I would probably have to um, play. Yeah, I'm thinking on it. Like, I'm pretty deep in bed with scriptable objects. So what I may end up doing is just have every scriptable object can be loaded via JSON. So there will be and if you load a scriptable object, you can put scriptable objects in. So path active, get nearest, grid graph, grid graphs there. 0, 0, 0. Get nearest. That's weird that it doesn't. Does it stop after it goes so far? I almost think I should put some kind of spawn system. Oh crap. Unattached from Unity. I'm gonna move the player to right here. I will. Copy. Component. Stop. Paste. Component values. Now let's see. This is what is it? It's not a giant grid or dungeon, but again, I don't think I'm going to make the dungeons massive. I'd rather have them more digestible. Maybe there'll be big dungeons, but what is it? I'd rather be able to get through a dungeon, clear it, and come out. And dungeons will periodically, basically, there'll be some way, sort of like an Elin. I can't find a walkable node. But it's creating good enough dungeons for procedural content as it is. Next, I need to I gotta fix the spawning of the player. So I'm gonna make him spawn near the entrance block when it gets created. What are you done?
It's just food.
What?
It's mac and cheese.
Oh. Oh, I wish I could have it.
So,
Children. Place entrance and exit. So I will always put the player, get room center. Well, for now, entrance XY. Why does it say the Y? Want to be entrance Z? Oh. I guess it's working in the X and Y. I'm going to say Y plus 1. I'll probably run into issues with doing this, but let's see if that works for now. And really what I need to do is if it's a dungeon, I need to create the concept of a map and get that all squared away because now I have the overworld map and the dungeon maps. So the next phase, so some polish and improvements on the dungeon generation. I'm going to add decor, obviously, to the rooms. I'm going to add all kinds of other little improvements. And let's see the timing here. Yep, it didn't like that. So it bombed out on generation. Totally expected. Totally expected. So what I am going to do is create the spawner, the concept of a spawner for the player. And if this exists, the player will go to it Dungeon Gen started. Oh, look, obviously we didn't get the finish. Initialize game. Does that work? Curious if that actually works, but what I'm going to do is create a game event. I'll group these later. And this will allow other things to, this will work really nicely. So now that everyone's be able to detect when everything's initialized, which I don't think, I don't know, we'll see. We shall see. Let's see here. Dungeon Builder. Yeah, that might work. That just might work. Let's see if that works. That should work. Again, I don't know if this logic here is legit, but wait for all awake, wait for all start. We'll see. Now, there's obviously, this is just a very early dungeon generator. I'm going to have to do optimizations and all that good stuff. But it's cool, it's working. if the game initialized event is actually right, then I will be very happy because that solves some other problems that I was working on earlier, where the interactable system, I wanted to make it call it on the beginning, but it, what you want to call it? Control B. Just constantly fighting with other things, initializing, execution order, and all that. Eh, it didn't. It didn't stop, but I bet you it didn't. Hmm. This should keep. A lot of the biggest one is really the player manager, and I could do this with execution order, but I think I'm going to have the game state manager is going to key off. It's going to find all the important guys that need to be there before most systems and have a reliable event that fires off when everything that I'm looking for is initialized. I don't want to have to just create a crazy big execution order script or bloat up my execution scripts or script execution list in project settings. Game ready, invoke. Oh, it's already got an action. Oh, shit. Who's all subscribed to that? Nobody. I can get rid of that. Oh, I bet you I'm just going to be fighting this no matter what. Um, The reason this bombs out and then I don't get. Yeah. This is calling before there's anything that's walkable. Well, no. Another problem is the graph is not, um, as you can see. Ooh, yeah, the dungeon is definitely uh, coming in last. So the pathfinding is like, oh nope. This is an interesting problem because I almost need dungeon generation to fire off before. If current node is null, keep trying. It is the graph node. The fuck is this? I don't think it really needs to do anything. Meters per second, V2. Okay. Yep. Enumerable. Mm, Use of unassigned fields node. What? Yield return, wait for 2 seconds. Inference interface. I always fuck up when I'm writing coroutines. And convert from just string. Let's see here. Enumerable will come back. I guess it would always be a dummy statement. You wouldn't pass this many parameters. But why does it think I'm still passing back a string? No valid node. Oh, it's because I was yield returning down there? Weird. Oh, break is. Yeah, break. Okay. Return means come back. Okay. I keep forgetting that. I don't, sometimes I don't think. Otherwise, we can just do this. This probably isn't going to work, but I'm going to try. 10 attempts at half a second each. That would be 5 seconds of waiting. And we'll see. Really, I just need a spawning system because spawning should only kick off after all the awake and starts have happened. There's got to be a reliable way of doing that. Right, confluence of distinct but compounding factors. Term Magitech, which once held trademark protection, has transitioned into a generic, highly descriptive term for specific subgenre of fantasy. This widespread adoption has severely weakened its capacity to function as a unique brand identifier, making it difficult to protect as a trademark. Oh shit, that scared me. Let's see what else we got here on Steam. such as source code, art, blah, blah, blah. However, copyright law explicitly does not protect short phrases, names, or titles. Therefore, the legal challenges associated. Well, doesn't sound good. Conduct a thorough clearance search. Before becoming emotionally or financially invested in a new name, it is imperative to conduct a comprehensive clearance search. This search should not limit smoothly, but include thorough review of major game platforms, mobile games, a registrable name, offer name suggestions, since it is so high risk. Fucking shit. I mean, I just like the word Magitech. It's such a cool word, but it is pretty generic, and Frontier is generic. I don't know. I think it moved the player somewhere. All right, right. Could not find a valid starting node. Start it and complete it. Here's what we can do. Again, I need to introduce the concept of a map and basically a spawn point. Protect that. Load. I need to clean this up. Ooh, my. Really, I've not run this problem until now because of the dungeon generation. Um, and really, the dungeon generator should be do its work, and then it will spawn, have a pass where it spawns everything. So, really, I do need a spawn system for this. I need to create the concept of take this out of here. Layout. Room 0. Ooh. Entrance would be vector 2 and location. I could query the block type, but why not just go ahead and store that information instead of iterating through the grid? There we go. So now we know we have our definitive entrance and exits. And we also need to call A star. All right, let's try this. I hate. Well, right now, and again, I'm hard coding it when it should. Well, this is just to get it to where I can walk around the dungeon. That's mainly it.
I'll bet you can't tell me something.
I'm not listening to that. Gotta be careful of what people send to me. Testeroo. Another thing the dungeon needs to do is probably set the A star grid graph to the dungeon width and height, and then also offset it properly. Because right now the grid graph's way bigger than the dungeon. Hey, look at that. We found a spot. But what the fuck? Interesting. Gonna have to create a fog of war. Mesh optimization is another thing. The ground should be combined into a singular mesh. Really, the ground should just be a plane the size of um, the entire dungeon, because I believe I'm going to let you mine out these walls. So, yeah. About that. That's still fucking not right. Oh, wait, these are yield breaks. How do you properly wait for all the starts and stops? Because really, I just need a centralized way where I can know everything is there. Yield return. Oh, I'm doing yield breaks. Duh. Wait for the end of frame. I almost think I need to build a dungeon and have it create or instantiate its own A-star grid graph. That way the grid isn't in there until after dungeon creation. This isn't going to work, but I bet you. Or it might, you know. You never know. Why is it scanning the wrongness? Did I do a scan there? Boom. Good. We good. Pathfinding working like expected. I'm gonna run the restroom real fast. I'll be right back. Well. Been killing it today on the old diet. You can see that. Stayed right near that 100 range all day. Oh, you know. I have a small addiction to pistachios, though. Just going to be upfront with you there. All right. We'll worry about timing issues here. And there's going to be improvements. Um, I've got a curious idea. Well, no, I can't do that. Maybe one of these needs to be a while. So I'm not going to worry about it right now. I'll come back to this. What we're going to do is get us some variation. Just actually, as a whole, I want to add. I'm gonna do an extra layer here. So let's go. The player should be a prefab that gets instantiated into the scene upon whatever criteria. Well, let's do a check-in before I get too crazy. Oh lordy, got all these wall tiles. Blockwood URP. Did a lot of cleanup earlier. I kind of just took a moment to not refactor, but just ensure things are all good. Okay. So now let's get crazy with the cheese whiz. I'm gonna find a song. to play for my assets, because that should be safe-ish. Oh, right. Reset filters. Welcome to Boar's Inn. What is up, Lavatka? I have been busy today. I don't know if you in the Unity dev channel, man. I've been so what I did, this is really cool, and again, I think this is just really, really awesome stuff here. As I learned to leverage these tools better. Oop, I don't know what that was, but so what I did is I created an ending or a notebook here in Notebook LM, and then I started adding tons of different sources. So how to grow your channel, your streaming channel, information about the games that are inspiring my game. So Rimworld, Elin, Octopath Traveler, how to promote your videos, games, the art style breakdown, and then all these different YouTube channels, PDFs, Word docs, wiki links, all that. Nah, not enough. But all these data sources here, and then I created a podcast off it that I've listened to. Actually, I've got a couple minutes left on it, but really good information here. But here's like a mind map that I can. Oh well, this is a PowerPoint that it made, which is also good. I dropped it in the Discord. But here's like the mind map for how to marketing and growth strategies and stuff for the game. But then I also took and used this. Oh yeah, Universe. Yeah, dude, dude. I'm telling you, Notebook LM is the chip. Wait. Oh wait, hold on. So you can click here on video presentation. You can pick the style. They got a bunch of stuff. Nano Banana or Image Gen is Google's Image Gen is in here. So I usually pick anime, but you can pick all kinds of different things. You can give it some instructions. So it will build a PowerPoint presentation off your data sources that are selected. And then you can kind of tell it what to dial in on, right? But here's what it looks like.
Welcome to this explainer. Today we're going to build a strategic roadmap for every aspiring indie creator out there. We're turning expert advice into a clear step-by-step path that takes you from that first creative spark all the way to building a real thriving community. Basically staring into the giant void of the internet, wondering, how do I possibly stand out from all the noise?
Okay, so let's start with the dream itself. We're going to use a super detailed plan for a game called Ethereum.
I mean, that's one use of it. When I was doing taking Ultima Online artwork, so I was trying to loop through the extracted fiddler art from Ultima Online, and then put it through an AI pipeline to create 3D models and try to create like a 3D Ultima Online client. I found out like that local, because I run a lot of AI on my GPU, or I've tried a bunch of them on my GPU. That model was uncensored, or didn't have the safety nets or whatever the hell it is on. And like, if you wanted to create like a 3D model of something crazy, you could. Not that I have. I'm a very boring person. Very boring. But so I was using this to kind of kick around names and trying to find a name for the game. And Magic Tech Frontier really kind of stuck with me. But then I did a deep research on the risk analysis of copyright and trademarking of that name, and obviously it came back high. So Anywho, now this one here though, I put all the streams I've got in here real quickly using this extension. So you go to a playlist and you can hit extract YouTube URLs from a playlist. And then when you go to add a source here and you hit YouTube, it'll pop up a button right here and you can hit it and it'll take it off the list, rinse, repeat, and you can quickly add a whole bunch of videos. Well, Magitech has kind of become a very generic term in the fantasy, in like as a genre or a subgenre, right? And I love the word Magitech from like Final Fantasy 6 and stuff, or 3, however you want to think about it. So Frontier is I don't know, Magitech Frontier. It found examples of games that are very similarly named. TSR in 1993 had a publication where it was trademarked, but I think it's lapsed or become abandoned. Allowed the TSR trademark to expire in 2004. So the word, now again, when you take that word with another word, is it, I don't, like, but the fact that TSR, had a trademark around it sucks. Final Fantasies used the term. Lots of things have been Magitech and Magic Tech. So there's this VR game called Magitech. It found this. Magitech Requiem is in early access, but dude, like, this is not all of the things it found. This is like some what has this got to do with Magitech? This just looks like an asset flip. Oh, it's got co-op. Well, I'll give him props. But it's like an alien shooter, like Magitech Requiem. Whatever. Magic. Then like on itch.io, there's is it up still? Yeah. Magic. What is this? Magical Frontier, and then it's something else. But basically, it talks about deconstruction of each word, and then the relevance and weakness as a trademark component, and confusing similar titles: Magical Frontier, Magic Frontier. And then there's a downloadable pack called Magica Final Frontier for that Magica game, which is pretty successful. Like, I don't know. That's just something neat. I'm still trying to find a name, damn it. I got like really committed to that and I put it in the stream name. But anywho, Jeff, the magical Jeff. Jeff does magic. But another thing I did here is I had it analyze every video and its contents, and then give me kind of a breakdown, because I haven't really been doing a great job on the descriptions or tags and whatnot. So I had it go video by video, analyzing it, coming up with some descriptions, and then a breakdown of what's in the video, and then tags, how to get some thumbnails for it, or what the thumbnail should look like, and then chapters. It also suggested chapters for the video. But I'm also going to use this to do. Actually, I'm going to do that now. Give me the best sections for creating short form content for YouTube Shorts, Reels, and TikTok. But basically, it's just really cool shit, man. Like, Notebook LM is just a research fucking information powerhouse if you just give it the right amount of stuff and learn how to use it right. But the next thing I've been doing today is dungeon generation. So You are viewing disable. Yep, procedural. So here's like the start of it. Here's the entrance. Here's the exit. And it created a bunch of rooms. Getting it to where you can walk around it. It's just basic cubes at the moment, but it's working. I also updated my local map procedural gen to use terrains instead of blocks. I'm on the fence about it still, but I like it. It looks pretty damn good. Because you got your planets, your procedural planets you make, then you'll load in that, you'll pick what chunk you're going to play on, and it'll load the noise data from the planet and create the land for that local map. So you got planet, procedural gen, local map gen, and now dungeon gen. Dungeon gen. I was trying to find some background music here. I'm just worried about copyright. So bad. Anywho, you're here. I can talk to you. I won't do that. All right, back to what I was doing. I want to code review the dungeon generation, period. I want to allow supplying more than one prefab and have it randomly pick for floors and walls, period. I want to look at optimization of the meshes after generation, period. The ground should just be the size of the dungeon and a singular mesh. You will never destroy the ground, period. I've got some composer friends and musicians that got their own music and stuff. I got some lo-fi. Oh, wait, I need to turn that off. Whoops. Actually, I'm gonna see if I can find that lo-fi playlist from my one friend. He's a very talented man. And I like lo-fi. I thought I had more conversations with him. Let me see if it's on. I think I met him on X, actually. There he is. Low five. find that playlist. I want some vibes. I can't find it. Whatever. Life as she goes on. The ground. The ground should be the same size as the entire dungeon, and it should be a singular mesh covering the entire area of the dungeon. Period. It will never be destroyed. Period. The wall pieces can be destroyed, so I would probably want to figure out a optimization technique for them where it is mesh combined in chunks, and if a wall tile is broken, that chunk is regenerated maybe. Offer polish and optimizations. Also, I want events to fire off at the start and end of dungeon generation to allow me to rescan the A-star pathfinding grid and spawn people. All right, so because right now this works pretty good, but it's a little slow. There's some timing issues on, well, all the other systems basically spin up before it or two aren't there when needed. So after I build the dungeon, like you'll see, like as soon as it here. So like we're in play mode, it's kind of thinking. Boom. Oh shit, it worked better that time. Except for the players in the wall. No, it didn't work that time. Well, the scan of the grid, like, now if I manually scan the grid again, boom, fine. Obviously gonna need a fog of war. Gonna need to not be able to zoom out so far. But yeah, just for, you know, quick and dirty, it's pretty clean. The A-star grid is obviously way too fucking big for this. It needs, the A-star grid needs to be updated to match the dungeon grid. Yep, the seed is so here's all the parameters. So we got width, depth, border size, min room size, max room count, max room placement attempts, corridor width. And you don't, Pantera has nothing, you don't put Pantera over me, you hear? Actually, you do, you know. I love Pantera. I haven't listened to them in forever. I reviewed your dungeon generation code you provided and have made several updates based on your request. This is a great set of scripts. I'm excited to help you polish it. Oh, you are. Allow random floor and wall placements. Event-driven pipeline, adding dungeon generation start. Mesh optimization ground. Create a single procedural mesh for the entire ground plane. Mesh optimizations, bug fix. Also found and fixed a small bug in your corridor generation logic. I wonder if that is this here. As you can see, sometimes I get these double corridors. It works pretty good, but yeah. So let's see here. Dungeon palette. Helper function to get a random prefab from array. Returns null if the array is null or empty. Fall back to a random floor prefab if no exit is specified. Okay. Okay. Yeah, not every floor will have an exit, so that's brilliant actually. Very nice. Because the bottom floor will not have an exit, so that is what I'd want. Okay. Handle generation complete. Move the player to entrance. Note you'll need to make sure player instance exists before this is called. Consider adding a null check. Rescan A-star pathfinding. We'll use the material from the first floor prefab. No, that's not what I want. More efficient than one giant quad if the dungeon is sparse. Was confusingly named only worked for Z-axis carving. I've integrated logic directly into the carve horizontal and carve vertical and fixed the logic for carve vertical. Place entrance and exit. Sort by distance from origin to get first and last rooms. Get prefab method now checks if the request is for a floor or wall. If the specific are not assigned, they fall back to selecting a random floor prefab. Keep the textures varied. I'm okay with a quad that matches the floor. Void. Floor paths should create quad that matches the size of the dungeon and a material that is built up from the textures of the random for prefabs. 2. Add destroy wall function that will 1 chunk up wall meshes into 16 by 16 grid cell meshes. Then give function to destroy a section. Could recreate the mesh or boolean out the mind wall piece. From the chunk. What is the best way to handle wall destruction? 3. Corners. We'll get to the core after this. Let's get these core functions done. Keep different floor tile textures. Oh, lordy, morty, morty. Look who's 40. Asset inventory. Dungeon music. I'm gonna find something to vibe to. Um, Someone's here. I don't know who, but somebody. BGM. Too intense. Too intense. Code review. Single mesh with varied textures. If you want a single floor mesh but with varied each original texture was placed in the new atlas. Create material. Build mesh with custom UVs. Implement a simulation of this in the new instantiate ground mesh. It assumes that you made a 2x2 axis. Dungeon Chunk Manager lives on the 3D builder and is the brains. It knows which chunks cover which coordinate. Dungeon Chunk, a normal C# class, not a manga behavior that manages its own game object and combined mesh. It holds the list of all wall cells it's responsible for. Far too slow and complex for this. So instead of doing a Boolean operation like you would do in Blender, it's going to recreate the mesh. This is the $1 million question of combining your any original as the conflict mesh combines is fastest when it combines everything into one mesh that uses one material, but your prefabs different ones. Same as floor. That's fine. You'll need a custom shader that takes an extra piece of data, like just like which texture from the array to sample. A single mesh object can actually render with multiple materials. Each material is called a submesh. This mesh combined one game object with one mesh, but it will issue one draw and per material in that chunk. This is the perfect trade-off. It's dynamically faster than one game object per wall, but fully supports all your determinant without having to change your prefab textures or shaders. I want one draw call. I like the texture array concept. Oops. So we got a deer today. Her brother and his friend were hunting. They shot a deer and they were tracking it, and they thought they saw it again. So they went to finish it off, and I guess it was another deer. So they had two deer by the end of the day, and they gave us one of them. We got to grind up the meat and do all the processing, though. But, you know, they gutted it and all that, so it's probably massive chunks of deer that are going to be here soon. The primal cuts or whatever. Some village music. Hopefully this doesn't get me all, you know, striked. I don't know if you guys can hear that now, but it's enough in the background for me. Hopefully it's not, yeah, too annoying. Pretty good vibe, actually. What's up, Panera? Can you hear that music? No? Too loud? It's like too loud for me. Like I might just like do that. Does it drown me out? All right, so hey, he's Beanless. What's up, man? How's it going tonight? Yeah, it's tonight. Working on some dungeon generation. Doing some mesh optimization, combining floor mesh while using a texture atlas to get randomized floor spaces. Oh, I'm doing good. So the ground is going to be one big quad with different UV coordinates, and it'll still look randomized. The walls will have a submesh strategy to where the walls will get, well, the ground will be one big quad, so it's just like two faces or four or whatever a quad is. And then the walls will get chunked up into 16 by 16 sections of the map. And then when you destroy a section, like a wall in the dungeon, it will regenerate just that chunk's mesh. And stuff. So I been working on dungeon generation today, and some other stuff, but oops, I shouldn't be playing this yet. Chunk manager. I took a stab at a 3D generator, but now I'm just using Gemini to get it optimized and combine all the meshes. Before it was, I'll have to change that track, it's too short. Here it's all individual pieces. So every wall, every floor is a cube or a square. So there's tons and tons of meshes, draw calls, and whatnot here in this instance of it. But this is what it started out looking like. So you got your entrance, your exit, and then it generates the rooms and connects them with corridors. And that's the basic setup. And then this is something cool I think you'll find interesting. I'll go through it real quick just so I can get back to it. But I used the Notebook LM today I added a bunch of different sources. It is carving, it's placing Rex, I can't remember the exact algorithm for this one. I think it is or WFC, but I modeled it off another game. Try to create rooms. I don't know. I don't think I ever got the exact algorithm they use. Feels kind of brute forcey, actually. You create your Rex, you place them, and you keep trying. And then you got your rooms, and then you're connecting with corridors. You carve out the corridors. Um, but here, I took a bunch of YouTube videos, a bunch of documents, deep research from different AIs, and then fed it in like the kind of game I'm trying to build and references to the games that have inspired it: Octopath, Rimworld, Elin, and like went through and used this to create some podcasts and PowerPoints, some mind maps, and different sales pitch and design information. So marketing, how to market, and uh, come to some name idea generation too. I kind of got a name now, sort of, that I like, but and then I took another notebook and I put all my streams into it real quickly using this extension here, the Notebook LM YouTube Turbo. It'll let you take a playlist and get it in the notebook, and then oh, what you got? But this one I had break down all the different videos and what they were. Oh no, no, I'm not. I'm just saying. It's just research. This is all research. But this one I had to categorize every video and what content's in there, and chapter ideas and tags and all that. No, yeah, the way I use AI is purely research and then project plan creation and then implementation usually. But when it comes to artwork or finalized stuff, I'll probably end up hiring a marketer because I do have a budget. So once I get further along and I've got more committed to the name and some more of the lore, I will. I'm definitely going to hire someone who's built like the Steam capsule info, all that stuff. So this is just me trying to spitball. One, go through every one of my videos and update the descriptions based off the content and create chapters. And I use this to quickly determine the most important sections of the YouTube video. So for this first video, um, like here, I start talking about pathfinding at 145, and I was refactoring, and then all that stuff, and then tags and all that. So I need to go back and get these updated with more information because I never did really update them. So trying to speed run that, and it's cool kind of getting insight and seeing what all has done in each video and analyzing the content and what was done. All right. Yeah, room scattering, that's what I thought. Alrighty. And I've got, looking through my assets here for floors. I'm going to leverage the catacombs and crypts. Yeah. What? What about your beans and surgery? I'm going to use these floors here. I've already imported these floors from this package here. And I'm going to make those the randomized ones. And it's going to texture. Roll that good bean footage. I thought you were talking about your Panera, like beans from your Panera mill. Oh. Are these all the same mesh under the hood? They're slightly different, I believe. Yeah. Oh, that pistachio is hitting hard. Learned a lot about marketing today, though. Like, and also have a report on what sections of my current streams I can chop up or streamline into devlogs, or YouTube shorts and all that, and the call to actions, making sure there's always a call to action in each one. Um, Different things like that. Like I've got the content, enough stuff to build enough of the game. I'd like to get an artist to help me just finalize art direction and build up like a town scene, a dungeon scene, and an overworld map scene, and then polish the procedural world. It's just you're always wanting to kind of remind them and link them back. You know, talk about like, oh, wish list there, or go to the Steam page. It's just at the end of like a short, like you show the short and then you show your information, and then you also talk about, hey, go wish list it on Steam or follow me here. So just a call to action to on each one of the short videos or whatever content you do create when you're chopping up, dev streams. But I do have again, I have a disposable income and all that, so I am going to be setting aside a pretty nice little chunk for marketing. Um, yeah, well, it's all, and again, I'm just learning marketing and stuff. I'm not really in that. I'm not a person who's done it or uh, whatnot. So I'm just learning and researching because I'm getting a lot of the core systems done. Once I have the dungeon gen working, I'm going to. One of my favorite, one of the worst things I think happens on YouTube is when someone gets a large Patreon following, and then at the end of the video, they will be like, they'll sit there and call out every single Patreon person, or like they just like the end section of their videos are like, I'm cool with like a Patreon credit roll, but like the ones that sit there and like call out the names of people back to back, back to back, back to back, no, thank you. I hate when they do that. One of my favorite content creators, like on video game essays, has been doing it, and like you hear the same names at the end of the video, and I'm just like, don't do that. Do a credit roll. That one's giving me the ick, but I like him too much to unfollow. All right, back to work. Back to work. So, the mind reading perk for my build. $3D generator. Carve room, connect room, get room center, carve horizontal, vertical. Floor, where is floor? Man, that pistachio is stuck. That obituary would be hella funny. He was a pretty smart man, but not smart enough to outdo a pistachio. Two by two texture atlas. We randomly pick one of the 4 quadrants of the atlas. I guess I'll do that for now. I should. How the hell is it getting that extra detail? There's only one material. What? No. K-Bash. K-Bash, he does a lot of uh, video game retrospective stuff. I watched his stuff on like Vanillaware games. Like artistically, Vanillaware as a company is one of the I love them to death. Oh, I see how it's getting that detail. It's UV. Okay. This is already a texture atlas, and it's taking a section of the UV. Okay, so I need to support 4 by 4 instead of 2 by 2. Assume. Photoshop? This one? Yeah, it's Photoshop. I got the Creative Cloud solution. I was sitting there trying to figure out, I was like, why are these tiles all different, but they're using the same material and texture? But it's, yeah, I did. I'll have to give it a shot, you know, because I mean, I never pay full price for the Adobe subscription. Like, I threaten cancel every time. So, um, by the time my yearly sub is up or whatever, I go to cancel it and they're like, oh, well, you can have it for half off again. And for years now I've been paying $29.99 for the entire Creative Cloud suite every month. I never have paid full price. Um, so that's been my pattern with Adobe. But again, if I can save, 30 bucks a month, I might try it out. I'm just, very well versed in Photoshop and all its little quirks and where everything's located. But I'm sure I could pick up Affinity pretty fast. And the PSD importer here in Unity, once I get to where I'm actually kind of modularizing the sprite characters, that's going to be insanely handy, which again, yeah, it's the PSD importer for the two. So like if I have the character in here and I chop up the arms into different layers and all that, I can actually take the PSD directly into Unity, into the 2D animation system and get everything rigged. And now I can just kind of edit the different parts and all that. I'll have to see if there's similar. I'm sure someone's done it for Affinity too. It can't be, the only way to do that. One, two, one, right. Would this be? This would be 0 to 16, I would think, right? Four by four. 4 times 4, 16, yeah. Oh, you're right. You're right. And then the atlas is obviously I would modular or divide or modulus by 4. Yeah, okay. So it's still going to get the shared material. I cannot believe yesterday I spent probably 3.5 to almost 4 hours fighting the list view UI toolkit component and the frickin' finally just switch into a scroll view. Oh my god. I have my own little like most like I don't know. This side of the house is kind of mine. I mean, my son's below me, but I've got, a lot of peace. I got my bathroom and door wall between everyone. Like yesterday there was tons of people here, nieces, nephews, all that. That's because you don't believe in your rap career enough. Make them go outside when you're streaming. Raps come first. So these all are using a shared material. Yeah, there is that. Or you can do push to talk. Yeah, OBS supports push to talk. I got on my Stream Deck where I can mute myself if someone comes in. Man, I haven't done push to talk in so long. I don't know. Like, it would take, I'd have to get kind of back into muscle memory. All right. Back to the grindstone. Dungeon. So we're going to go floors, search, prefab. Wonder how this is going to work. Crap. With the, since they all aren't the same mesh. SW and GD. Oh, P. Oh, yeah. I would forget. I would mess it up so much, man. Like, I would mess it up too much. I just can't. I'll just deal with the random people popping through the door randomly and hitting mute. So right now, the floors, let's look what the floors look like compared to my current blocks. Yeah, that's a big difference. So let's take them all to 0, 0. It, that's a good question. Especially when you're working different softwares. Caps lock? Holding down? I don't know. Whatever key you aren't frequently using for other software. Foot pedal. Yeah, there we go. Oh man, I've been meaning to buy that, like, the under the desk foot pedal stuff. Like, man, I'm glad you reminded me of that. I'm gonna actually think I might just go ahead and put that order in. Because, man, if I could, like, whenever my right hand's like killing me, I could foot pedal instead of PC foot. Plus, I'll feel like I'm a musician. Yeah, I'd say they're pretty cheap, it looks like. This might allow me to fucking game some more, too. What really gets me is the scroll wheel. The scroll wheel is like, if I use that a lot, it's what kind of flares up my right arm. So I'm actually ambidextrous when it comes to the PC. I usually have a mouse on the left side of the keyboard, and I can do most of the work right. Yeah, this, yes, 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 yes. Filter back. Shit, hold on. Check out. The hotel I was staying at in Delaware is still in my freaking Amazon, and I sent my son's gifts to freaking Delaware, to that hotel accidentally. I ended up canceling one, and then I had to get a hold of the seller to get it redirected. The other one, I've got to delete that out of there. Well, I was on the East Coast for like 2.5 months for the most part, like this year. That's gonna be so sweet. All right, that'll allow me to keep grinding. What was I doing? Oh yeah. So let's go ortho. Top down. Gizmos go. So this is probably gonna be a 3. Oops. Oh, of course it's gonna be just off enough. It's gonna be annoying. Scale factor 1. Oh, damn it. I gotta tweak these meshes in Blender, I think, to get this perfect. I can probably find the... Whoa. The hell? Oh. God, that sucks. I think a 3.2 is good enough, but I hate it when they don't, their mesh is not like a perfect unit. A 3.2 feels right, because if I go... Yeah, that's fine. So all these are going to need to be 3.2'd, I bet you. And then I need to get them out of their individual import folders and into the proper places. Thankfully, they're all uniform, at least in that respect. Holy crap. I forgot how to use Blender. Is it really that tiny? That's crazy. Alright, I think 3.2 scaling will work. If it doesn't, I'm going to have to go into Blender and play with these guys. Frickin'. Alright, anywho, so it's 3.2 them all. I probably should just take these chunky boys. But I would... No, I don't care about having variation on the floor. It would look better, I guess, if you had different tiles that were thinner and damaged and... here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take these guys and the rest can go. So this is 201, 202, 203 to 5. Just for this first pass. And then if I want to get some variation, during mesh generation too, I could simulate, I could lower some vertices randomly and pinch certain sides if I wanted to do that. Oh shit, I forgot I had a Blender open. Ah, shit. Shit. I deleted the material. PNG. And we're back. Wonder why the hell it's pink when it's not pink. It's probably a bug. All right, let's delete these ones. Zero out that array. Let's go ahead and just get these well, I'll organize them later. Now the wall, I did not do the wall yet, so let me do that. Oh, that's really fucking fun. The pivot is so if it's at 0, 0, 0, the pivot's off on this guy. Instead of fixing that, I'm just gonna worry about I'm just gonna get a cube for now. Two, two, two. Beautiful, beautiful. I didn't think that was gonna work. Probably don't have anything that's gonna fit me. Cannot wait to get those assets out. That'll be good enough for the wall. I'll come back and get the walls fancier. Or I'll do the walls next pass. All right, so now I don't think it's gonna. I'm gonna have to fix those meshes. Or UV a cube. Let's just see what it does. I assume it's not gonna do what I want because I'm scaling the blocks for the grid or the dungeon walls and floors to match the pathfinding grid, and I bet you that these guys are just gonna not lay out right. I sent a bunch of magic cards to my old house. I bought a bunch of surge foils, and like before I even realized it was too late to fix things, and like thankfully I went there and they had them, but they sent them back, and so I had to wait for them to get back to the seller, and then had the seller um, send them back to me. I don't think I got all of them even, but whatever, life goes on. Well, I think we got it partially working. One singular mesh. I don't think the UVs are right. I need to set, also I gotta set the ground layer. Although that does look pretty good. Why did the walls? The wall chunking logic is not right. The walls are just a cute. Yeah, the wall chunk logic isn't ain't it. Well, I mean, I think the chunks are right because they're spaced evenly and they go not all the way to the edge here. But mesh generation is not working. This worked though, beautifully. But I didn't, I want this to just be a giant quad that matches the entire layout, because as you uncover or as you destroy walls, because you're gonna be able to mine the walls essentially out to the border in some areas. So instead of going around this way, say there's something that's too dangerous to mess with here, you could just mine your way over to this corridor and see if you can get further along. But also you get resources from mining. Wall pieces, shit. The floor gen worked really well, but I'm gonna have to, yeah, this has to be one giant quad that is the exact shape of the square of the dungeon. That way I don't have to regenerate the floor mesh. As you break a wall piece, it uncovers the floor mesh is just there already. More performant that way, and then have one giant quad. It would be beautiful. There was no errors in the mesh generation. There'll be some hand designed dungeons, but the randomized or the proc gen dungeons are where you can just kind of go and grind. And then the designer dungeons will be more story driven or like special events or whatever. And she's got to be getting close with that deer. I guess they put it in big plastic bags and it's in the trunk of the car. You know? Hopefully it can fit in the fridge if we can't. Thankfully I bought a meat grinder. Ratty texture. I mean, that looks better. When I did it by 16, it was much more, or a lot tinier. Non-combined blocks like entrance, exit, and void. Okay. Chunk manager. What's up here? Distribute all wall cells into their respective chunks. XZ by chunk size. Oh, I gotta set the chunk size. So I think it did work. I just didn't set the. Oh, I didn't put the chunk generator on. I forgot. That will also do it. Here we go. Let's try that again. I'm going with 16 by 16 grid chunks. Just so destruction is still pretty fast. I can't believe it didn't air out without the chunk manager. Maybe it's instantiating the chunk manager and doesn't need to be attached. Interaction. I'm gonna figure out what he's barking at. It is a mono behavior. I need to also get this in descriptable object format soon enough. Yeah, get component. Oh, it adds it if it's missing. That's why. I was like, I don't know how that worked if I didn't have it. Let's just do a required component. Make sure I don't mess that up again. Layout. Maybe the submesh route isn't the what I need here. Oh, this is it because I only have one prefab for walls? Let's find out. Tonight on Maury. If I went with the texture atlas approach or 2D texture array for the wall chunks, I don't like the submesh approach has more than one draw call per chunk, and or X no, materials X draw call or one, whatever it is. So all wall cells, we got 3,000 cells. So we got them. Wall walkable false. I need to take that walkable out. I don't need that. It's got its wall cells. 240. It's got to be falling apart right here. create a combined instance for this prefabs mesh. Okay, so we got 240. There's only one mesh. Merge submeshes is use matrices. Eight 8,640 triangles. Vertex count. Yeah, submesh count 240. Got the vertices to represent. It looks, numbers look right. Vertex count 5760. I'll do one more. I'll walk one more. Oops, shit. Turn 88, 6,000. Yeah, oh, looks right. And then special blocks. Yeah, that all looked fine. But what's the malfunction? What the hell? Indices, 240 submeshes. I think I have to call merge submesh. Like, that's not the right thing to, or That didn't work. Let's try that. I think I'm just going to go with a 2D texture array, probably. Or get it working with just a single material and not try to do anything tricky. Really, I'd be okay with... No, I want some variety in the walls. It's weird, the mesh data's there. It's just not showing. So I think since we didn't merge the submeshes, it's why you only see one cube. There we go. Oh yeah, I forgot the ground mesh is not ground. I gotta fix that also. There we go. Look at that chunky boy. '16 by '16 is pretty damn big. But chunkin's working. Hecka chunkin'. Fuck yes, dude. Fuck yes. Now the floor needs to go down a bit. Bet you just a neg 1. Yep. So the floor neg 1 it. Chunky boy. Chunky boy. I gotta get better materials. So let's do multiple wall pieces, see how it handles it. So I will do fuck yes, dude. That's kind of metal. That gives me a dungeon idea. It's like this, the walls are made of letters. I don't have a lot of textures in the project yet, unfortunately. Mostly just test textures and different colors. Well, of course, very few things are probably UV'd out for. should find a texture. An asset inventory, but I'm being stubborn. Let's go with Snow Bulge. Snow Bulge it is. Now they need to be the same material though. Or shader, I believe. Yeah, they do. Let's do this. Copy paste. Oh, sounds like the deer's here. Hold on. I want to see how big this is. One sec. All right. No deer. Well, we got deer, but the deer that we were supposed to get had like pus and stuff and was not safe to eat, so they just gave us some old deer from last year that was already frozen. I don't really like deer, so I don't care. But I didn't have to get out the meat grinder or figure all that out. What the fuck is happening? That's weird. So we got a red wall and a normal wall. Let's see how it works. I need to close Unity and reopen it. The project window is not updating right. I've had it open for way too long at this point. Shit, I didn't make the floor ground again. Yeah, because I merged the submeshes, I'm not going to get the different wall textures. All right, so I need to set the layer of the ground to be um, I'll hook into that build event, but I'm going to for now just to just for now. I'll move this stuff out of here, but just to see this working. Also, the ground needs to be down -1. And that should button up most of this. Button it up on the east side. In a deluxe apartment in the sky. I don't want to close Photoshop and lose, or have to save everything I got open, so I just keep killing it with Task Manager so I can keep opening it back up. My ways are just beyond belief. Closing some windows. I didn't, dungeon generation wasn't something I had on my bingo card today, but I'm glad I tackled it. Okay, we're chunked up. A star did not. The scan for A star. Mesh collider. Why is it not? Oh, I bet you this. I bet you this is why. There we go. All right, so what I need to do is lower my A star grid. Hey, there we go. We are cooking with fire. Now, unfortunately, the submesh is only going to honor one material. I don't know if I like if I'm going to put in the effort to get the double corridor carving here fixed, but it might be on my bucket list. So let's look at the stats here. We have 65 batches. Oh, I wish I would have seen the stats before. Oh, yeah. 104K or 114,000 triangles, only 35 shadow casters. The sub meshes are not working. So every chunk here is going to be 2. $34, yeah. So each chunk is contributing 2 shadow casters and draw calls. That's why I didn't want to go with the sub mesh approach anyways. So I'm going to go to probably a texture array. I don't know. I'll think on that. Still, that is very respectable performance wise. Like 34 shadow casters, that's it. That is so good. Obviously, you shouldn't be able to zoom out this far, but I need a fog of war. I need to implement that. Oh, wait, I can do a destroy. I'm going to do a quick hotkey for destruction real quick. And basically what it'll do is it will find my tile or cell and attempt to destroy all wall tiles around me. Just to test that out and see it working. But again, it's not going to update Pathfind, so I won't be able to walk in there. There's some work left on destruction, but let's test it out. See if it's working. Destroy wall at. Oh, I love it. I love it. All right, let's see some destruction. What should I eat tonight, man? I'm hungry. The pistachios have gotten me through the day. Oh wait, Control P. That does sound prime. But I have a subprime mortgage, so is that a good thing? I don't know if I don't know. I don't even know what a subprime mortgage is. Chicken is the shit. Oh yeah, no. I have a good credit score. I do not have a subprime mortgage. All right. Let's see if this works. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is why I want the ground. Ah, oh, so cool. You know, we just doing it in a day. Destructible procedural dungeon with mesh optimizations and draw call optimizations. I'm going to go away from the sub mesh technique for the chunks, the wall chunks, and go with the texture atlas or 2D texture array. And then the floor, I'm going to make it draw or generate the floor across the entire dungeon grid. Oh. Man, that works so good. That's crazy. It's like not even missing a beat. Let's make sure everything's still chunky. Chunky, chunky, chunky. Man, fucking A, dude. I'm going to drop this code in my Discord. If anybody wants to use it in this state. I dropped it earlier when I first got going, but I cannot wait to get the floor done. Like big booty Latinas. All right, so now the floor. We got to make the floor all the way across. Because I didn't chunk the floor. Yeah, I'm just going to make the floor spawn all the way across, unless that becomes that really shouldn't be that big of a performance hit. So instantiate ground mesh. So I think all I gotta do is this. Or boom. We done. We done. Ah, it's so fun. I don't know why, but like I'm so glad I kind of decided to get down this rabbit hole. Because now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna work on creating the new game, the save file. You generate the planet generation screen, generation of the planet, being able to pick a place and land and go to your area, come back out onto the planet, travel to a dungeon, and then be able to go into a dungeon map. Like I want to get that loop working. So saving and persisting this data, and two, making it more performant. Well, so I'll decide how many levels there are to the dungeon. And while you're in the current dungeon, asynchronously in the background, I'll be building out the next level. So it will be just instantaneous going down to that next area. And well, I may procedurally just build out the entire dungeon after you enter the first one and then save it all out disk. Or I'm just going to save the layout information, and then I can, when you load your game, it will oh, he's a goody boy. He's a goody boy. Hmm. Oh my god, it's working. Yeah. This that's not working exactly right, but oh, uh-oh. Oh, that's I was like, because the floor is now all encompassing, I can walk through walls because I did not have the walls set to obstacles. All right, so that's another step we got to do. But that one little bitty change got my floors how I want them. All right, so we go back to walls. No, we got to do that in the prefabs. Actually, I'm just going to get rid of wall 2 for now because I want to see the stats with just one wall in there. God, dude, this is so cool. Oh, I'm so excited. All right. So this guy is going to be an obstacle. So the pathfinding knows to not. But so here's one of the kickers. If I don't shrink the collider on the box just a smidgen, watch what will happen. I'll show you. Well, yeah, I'll show you. Basically, the hallways won't be walkable because the collider is just, if it's perfectly the same size as the cube, 111, the collider is enough there that the pathfinding will say whatever it's touching is unwalkable. So I'll do a 0.9 on the wall colliders, usually what I do. And then the pathfinding grid will not do that. But I'll show you. Oh, wait, the layer is not coming through to the chunk. Ah. Well, here, now I'll show you. Now you can see here, the hallways and the wall sections are not walkable because the collider is just ever so slightly dipping into the next cell. So two things need to happen now. The chunks need to be chunky. Is this the chunk? So this dot layer Get a random prefab. Combine the instance for this prefab's mesh. So after we create the prefab, we're going to call it our prefab dot layer. And then, so that one line change will make the pathfinding grid. I should be using a layer mask in the inspector to do this instead of hard coding it. Magic string's bad, but I'll come back and get that eventually. God, that's so cool, dude. I love it. And the destruction just works. I'm gonna add a particle effect too. I'm gonna make it like rogue, so like bump combat in the old rogue likes. You can, if you keep pressing up against the wall, you will go into, you'll basically start mining it if you have the tool on you. Listen, you don't, your parents aren't gonna find out that you're smoking. You don't got to make up stories. Someone hacked my machine. Oh, yeah. So now here, the wall prefab, I'm going to take the collider down to 0.9. Wait, am I going to be 43 or 2 this year? I always forget. Oh, wait, shit. I got the year wrong. I don't even know my own birth year, dude. What the hell? Yeah, I'll be 42. 83. I'm an 83 baby. Maybe. What the book? The chunks are still not the right layer. Did I misspell obstacles? Oh, shit. We have a new rub. Oh no. So I no longer have a box collider. My mesh collider. Oh no. How am I gonna... Basically, I have to shrink the mesh collider by like... This is interesting. So the mesh collider on the left side is fine. It's almost, I need to make like a second mesh that's just scaled down ever so smallly. Shit. Can I fix this in the A-star grid? Is there like a tolerance? Maybe this offset. No, I think this is, yeah, never mind. That's not it. Erosion makes it less, so if we go negative erosion, no. Fuck. Oh well, I'll figure it out. Oh. Mesh collider, combined mesh. Can I? Um, the mesh collider component automatically adjusts its size and shape to the mesh. Ah, I got an idea. So we the chunk I can do a child object. So take the mesh collider off the parent and put it on the child and put the mesh there without the renderer. And then I scale down the child by just 0.9 or just a little bit. And then the collider would not overlap on the and the chunk didn't get the layer. Obstacles. Dungeon chunk. Because the dungeon chunk is not a mono behavior. I'm gonna have to pass it in from this guy. What, buddy? Going out? I need. I'll be right back. 2 shakes of a tail. He's so handsome. Hey, Blue. You just chilling, buddy? All right. You just got out of here, didn't you? He's a good boy, Sushi. He's my sushi boy.
He's a good kitty kid.
Big Sue. Sushi Bushi.
Hey, he wants down.
You don't like it. Okay, so I'm going to set that and pass it there. Vector 2 dungeon chunk. Blue, how you doing, boo-boo? He's a good boy. Yeah, you are. He's a good boy. I need you to figure out how to shrink a dynamically generated mesh so the mesh collider doesn't overlap the physics or the pathfinding grid. You got it?
What about that?
I've got it to where my dungeon generation chunks the walls up into like Minecraft chunks, and then I can destroy the walls, and it's like fast, and it all works like so you can actually like hammer or mine your way through the dungeon.
Nice.
Um, create the combined instance for this prefabs mesh. Let's just have old Gemini knock it out. Advanced meshing. mesh collider needs to be a slightly smaller mesh so it doesn't block. I think my child object in a smaller mesh with or scaled down, a copy of that mesh scaled down as a child object would be the right solution. But I'll see what the hell it comes up with. And then I gotta figure out, or well, I'm passing in the layer, I gotta set the layer mask. Hold on. I'm gonna do that. Can I just actually scale the whole thing down and not be noticeable? Nope. Figured there'd be a little seam. No. Or wait, actually, I do think I can do this because, no. No, because see the tile, the grid, it's getting off centered with the grid now. The hallways aren't. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Oh wait, I was scaling from. If I scale from global. No, it's not. It's no, it's not gonna work. You know. 0.9 the collider. X and Z. Wait, shit, hold on. I don't want it to be working from the code that it has because I have made changes. Actually, I need to finish some changes real quick. Layer mask is getting passed in. There we go. So that's fixed. So the chunk object is where I should have been applying shit. No, I got one more code change. Get rid of that. Also, public. Round layer map. No more magic strings. My computer freeze. Okay. Just Windows, I think. I thought my computer crashed there for a second. It just was Windows freaking out for a micro moment. No, 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 no. That's a shitload of box colliders. My thoughts are each chunk can have a child game object with a mesh collider that can scale the child down, and it then don't put a mesh collider on the parent chunk root game object. Chunk. Yeah, it went with my damn box collider idea, which would be thousands of box colliders for. I don't want that. And so another thing I'm going to do after you destroy a wall section, the grid's going to rescan. So the new. Uh-oh, I think it got hung. I think I can do this. Change the mouse seal. The sub mesh thing I didn't like from the get go because it's more than one draw call per chunk. Keep going. You haven't fed him yet? he's, he's comfortable. Walk away. Or walk away, it'll probably go. You just want to hang with me, boo boo? Yeah, it's hung. I'm almost sure of it. I'll get you out, boo boo. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. All right. Gonna have to kill it. I should have a button for every time I eat a pistachio, it like ticks a counter up on the screen. Pistachio counter. This is what the streaming content you come for. The ASMR of pistachios. Was there a time zone change recently? Oh, there was. Shit. I got less than 20 days until my presentation at the University of British Columbia, too. I gotta get to work on that. Why in the fuck is it doing that? We assume the prefab's mesh is already UV mapped to the atlas. No. Or no, I guess that's right. Letter. All right, let's see if this works. Yeah, I'll create a texture atlas for the walls later. Really, so the walls look good. Need to create a loading screen overlay for when wall gen is happening. Or any generations happening, or any kind of thing like this. Oh, so it worked. Is that a single mesh? 19 shadowcasters. Fuck yeah. I guess a mesh I guess you don't have to have all your vertices connected for a mesh to be a mesh. I was about to say, it did fucking make a bunch of colliders. I will scream. Oh, it did without making a child object, actually. Very nice. Earned 35K, 68 batches, 19 set pascals, 18 shadow casters for the whole dungeon. Okay, yeah, visual mesh, collider mesh. Very nice. Because the ground wasn't right, the player never got positioned. I need to do this on the... Oh wait, I gotta set it. That's what the dealio is. I can repurpose the ground texture or mesh as the fog of war mesh, and as you're moving, it would I guess I do have to do that layer mask to index for the ground. Instead of duplicating this function in two places, I'm going to take this function out to the 3D builder, put it here. The ground layer mask will get set there. this will now, on initialization, I will pass in the this can become private. And then I will just pass it along to the chunk. And now the 3D builder needs one centralized place for layer work. Beautiful. Set this in the inspector and we are going to be Gucci. Oh, I got an error. All right. Now we're Gucci. I'm going to be closing Unity. I think I need to close it and delete my library and let it get re-indexed and then optimized. I don't know why, just everything, it feels like it's building slow. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, now my walls aren't right. But my layer's Gucci. I don't know why the walls didn't get the right index. Oh, I didn't set it. That will do it. All right, so the right layer mask now. Put in a second wall prefab. So now we should see wall variation, as well as the walls being obstacles, the ground being ground. Next to 0 draw calls, or sub 20 draw calls, depending on.
Miko, you the like couple low carb shells in there?
No,
You don't prefer
I'm just gonna do lettuce and meat and cheese and
so you don't do.
things.
Good idea.
Been good all day.
What?
It's been good all day. It's straight up nothing.
You dropped a little bit that one part.
Boot chair.
Dropping is not too bad. Isn't 103 pretty much normal, around normal?
Yeah.
Average person for your ages.
Haha, there we go.
You gotta worry.
Yeah, watch this.
But your house is able to break the walls.
Oh, the grid, the pathfinder is updating. Cool. Yeah, so you can mine the dungeon wall, or dungeons, or caves, or whatever you're in.
I think dungeons, I don't know if that's the biggest main thing. Because then they can skip straight to the exit or whatever.
Well, I mean, you got to take stamina and effort.
Oh,
And
it
you,
takes stamina to mine.
yeah. And say like you're here and you see a thing you can't defeat up here.
You can skip past it.
You can mine through and try to get to the next thing, or
without, so you
sneak
don't die.
around.
They have like little hidden loot rooms in the corners and stuff.
Look at that, just very. Let's max it.
Nice and cleaned up.
200, 300 frames per second, just destruction. And you're gonna be able to loot. Basically, it's a good way to get resources to mine out dungeons and caves.
You'd add different ores eventually, probably.
Yeah, so
I've been playing Minecraft again.
this is kind of like Minecraft.
I've been terraforming Full Mountain to make it more flat, and it's taking me forever.
See, I got chunks here.
Yeah.
Each part of the wall, but when I deform a wall, that chunk gets updated. Yes, dude. Big brains, very performant. Is there like a range limit I can? Should be a path for it. I guess there might be just a path limit. Can't click all the way across. I'm gonna investigate that. What's that?
Chose that little chicken nachos, and they put steak and chicken. So when I went back to get her remakes, they said I can keep that. Do you want some of them? Some of it
Where?
from the taco truck. You can't eat the chips, but
Is that from last night?
yeah. There's a
Name's making.
Name's making taco. Yeah.
I'll take a little bit.
Well, here, eat what do you want, and then I'm done. I'm done eating. I'm full.
Oh,
I put it all on the plate. I don't know why I did that.
appreciate it.
Come on, fish. Come on. Come on.
Hell yeah. That's pretty good. All right. Well, there we have it. We have a completely destructible, procedurally dungeon that automatically path finds and updates, highly optimized with 19 shadow casters. Even when I break a mesh up, a chunk mesh, like it's still going to be one single caster. "19 shadow casters. 19 nothing mo." Now the outer wall, the edges, I do not want. If you're trying to destroy a wall that doesn't have, it's on the outer rim, I don't think I'll let you do it, maybe. Oh, so cool. So fucking happy, dude. So now I need to get wall pieces. It seems like it only chose one wall type, but unless, oh. I gotta get wall texture atlas and test that out, but I'm sure it works. That's so cool. Let's run it back again. I'll drop this code in my Discord later tonight once I got a little more polish on it. Extra crispy. All right, so here's where I've gotten the procedural dungeon generation. It automatically creates it. I can path through everything. The chunks, or the level is broken up into chunks, the walls are. So it's it's not tons and tons of shadowcasters, and it's only 69 batches, 19 shadowcasters. Now when I go full screen, I'm running 300 frames per second. And now I can start. And I've got a key to automatically destroy walls around me, but you can mine out dungeons and caves and stuff now, and automatically the pathfinding automatically updates, and it's very performant. Still 19 shadowcasters. I can break up this into individual pieces. See, now you got little chunks, but it still just counts as one mesh, and it's regenerating that mesh for each chunk every time you destroy. Pathfinding's working. The exit, this is the exit prefab, and that's the entrance prefab over there. Yeah, it's just, it's working. Oh, got under my mouse. No. Okay. I'm gonna go make me some din. I got an interaction mode. So happy. Fuck yes. This is the beginning of a very great dungeon generation system where you can mine out the dungeons for resources, or you can, take shortcuts through areas if you don't want to encounter, say there's like a suicide bomber enemy up here and you don't want to risk, or an enemy with flames and you don't have flame protection, so you don't want to risk your gear getting burned. It's working so good. If you think you're lonely now. Documentation. Now I'm going to drop those details in the server as well as the scripts. Let's see here. Dungeon. Now, obviously, the references to the My Player and the A-Star grid will need to be replaced with your instances of that, but here is a detailed breakdown, and the zip is in the Discord. All right, I'm going to make me a taco salad, and then I will continue. All right. So damn happy with that. I'm going to create some better wall assets, texture wall asset. So much corn in this, man. Like 5 minute, maybe less than 5 minute break. I'll be right back.
Welcome to the deep dive. This is where we take, well, frankly, a huge pile of
I'll leave you
developer
with this
notes,
for
source
something to
materials,
listen to
design
while I'm away.
docs.
All the good stuff.
Exactly. And we try to boil it all down into something useful, actionable even, for you, the listener, who really wants to understand the nuts and bolts.
Mm-hmm.
Today, we're diving deep into what feels like next-generation indie game development. We're looking at one developer's approach to building a seriously complex colony sim.
Yeah, think Rimworld or Elin levels of depth, simulating systems, psychology.
But wrapped in this gorgeous, modern 2.5D visual style, you know, that Octopath Traveler kind of tilt-shift stuff, as they call it.
It's ambitious. I mean, the sheer complexity they're shooting for.
Hmm.
Simulating body parts, deep AI, resource chains.
Mm-hmm.
That usually takes massive teams, right? Years of work.
Right. But this developer is tackling it with a very modern, clean architecture and, this is the kicker, an AI-driven workflow. That seems to be their secret sauce.
It's definitely a huge part of it. Gives them a serious edge.
So our mission today isn't just what features does the game have? No, we want to unpack the philosophy behind it. We're looking at their 2-month devlog, essentially.
Analyzing how they're using AI, the core architectural choices they made to avoid, collapsing under the weight of it all.
And we'll get into the specifics of some key systems, items, crafting, farming, and this fascinating 2-layer AI director for pacing.
Yeah, it's really a masterclass, I think, in how structure and modern tools let a small team build something enormous. And importantly, build it clean, moddable, and controller-friendly from the start.
Which could open this kind of deep sim game to a whole new audience, potentially.
Exactly. That's the goal.
Okay, so let's tackle that workflow first, because like you said, it feels like where the real competitive advantage comes in, it sounds highly structured, almost rigid.
It is structured, very much so. A 3-step pipeline for basically every major feature.
Huh.
And the developer's quite open about why. They mentioned it helps keep them, and I quote, "my ADHD is on track."
Huh, okay. Relatable for many, I'm sure. So what are these 3 steps? How does this structure lead to efficiency?
Right. So step 1 is deep research. Step 2 is a detailed project plan, often on a visual canvas. And step 3 is implementation, but heavily leveraging AI.
Okay, deep research. What does that actually look like in practice?
It's about achieving parity quickly. And instead of spending weeks, months, maybe years figuring out the best way to handle, say, complex spawn systems like Rimworlds.
Which is what indie devs often have to do, right? Reinvent the wheel or learn from past mistakes the hard way?
Precisely. They use AI, like Gemini, to generate these incredibly detailed reports. analyzing existing solutions, architectural patterns, modding frameworks used in successful games.
So they're basically downloading institutional knowledge instantly, skipping that long R&D phase.
That's a great way to put it. They get a synthesized overview of years of community knowledge, best practices, potential pitfalls, all within minutes or hours, not weeks. It lets a small team start on par, research-wise, with much larger studios.
Okay, that makes a huge difference. And that research feeds directly into step 2, the project plan.
Yes, absolutely. This isn't just a to-do list. It's a rigorous blueprint. Breaking the feature down, defining data structures, outlining sprints. It acts as a guide, keeping the developer and the AI focused later on.
So it locks in the high-level architectural thinking before code gets written. Things like decoupling, data integrity.
Exactly. Get the concept right first. Avoid painting yourself into a corner. It's non-negotiable for them.
And only then, with that solid plan, do they move to implementation, using AI to, as they put it, grind out the code.
Yeah, this is where the AI does the heavy lifting. Tools like Copilot, maybe specific Gemini agents, they generate the boilerplate. The repetitive stuff, it reduces the sheer amount of typing.
Which they mention helps combat carpal tunnel.
Explicitly, yes. It's a real occupational hazard. So the AI becomes this tireless coding assistant, handling the grunt work, freeing up the developer for higher level problem solving and design.
And it's not just code generation, right? They use it for documentation too, which is, let's be honest, often the least favorite part of development.
Oh, absolutely. Managing Git commits, for instance.
Yeah.
You refactor, say, 300 files. Writing a good commit message explaining what changed is tedious but crucial.
So how does AI help there?
They use Copilot to analyze the actual code changes, the diffs, and it automatically generates a detailed, coherent commit note, something like refactored character skills to use attributes for potential calculation. It saves a ton of time and keeps the documentation accurate.
Okay, that sounds amazing for productivity, but wait a minute. Using these big cloud AI models constantly, isn't that incredibly expensive? Those paper token APIs can rack up huge bills, especially for iterative stuff. How do they manage that?
You hit on a really critical point. They found those external API costs unpredictable and potentially ruinous for heavy tasks. Imagine asking the AI to document thousands of functions repeatedly. The cost could easily spiral.
So what's the workaround? How do they keep it affordable?
Local AI models, running them directly on their own hardware. They specifically mentioned using a 4090 GPU.
Oh,
For those high-frequency tasks, like iterating on documentation or running code analysis loops, they're just paying the electricity bill, essentially. It's not just cheaper, it's more predictable, and it keeps their code.
So this podcast was generated from my live stream videos. It's kind of funny because, like, just paying the electricity bill, it's like using stuff that I said verbatim, kind of. It's interesting.
Code potentially more secure since it doesn't leave their local machine.
that's a really strong case for on-device AI in development workflows. It makes that level of automation actually feasible for smaller teams. But integrating AI agents into something complex like Unity, there must be friction points, right? Where does the human still need to step in forcefully?
Oh yeah, definitely. They found a consistent problem when asking AI agents to do deep refactoring or generate large batches of new code within the Unity project structure.
What happened?
The agents would often try to be too helpful. They'd generate the code and then immediately try to build or compile the project in Unity.
And if it failed, which it often does mid-refactor.
Exactly. The agent would get stuck in this loop, trying to analyze Unity, build errors, fix them, recompile, fail again, just wasting tons of time and compute cycles.
So the developer had to draw a line.
Precisely. The necessary workaround was manual intervention, explicitly telling the AI not to build. Generate the code, stop, let the human review it, then the human handles the build process.
It reinforces that the AI is a powerful tool, a generator, but the human is still the architect, the final quality check.
Couldn't have said better. The human needs to interpret the context, especially failure context.
And just to wrap this section up, this whole structured AI-assisted workflow, it's not just some personal experiment, it's getting recognized, right?
It is. The developer mentioned this entire approach is the subject of a case study they're presenting. A keynote, actually, on AI and automation at a major university, UBC.
University of British Columbia. Wow.
Yeah. So it really underscores that this is seen as a valuable, potentially transformative approach to building complex software efficiently. It's got real-world academic and potentially industry significance.
Okay, so we've got how this incredibly fast AI-driven workflow. Now let's talk about the what, the foundation they're building on. The sources talk about 3 core architectural pillars designed to handle that massive Rimworld scale complexity without the whole thing turning into, spaghetti code.
Right, and these pillars are absolutely critical. They're the difference between shipping a complex game and getting bogged down in an unmaintainable mess halfway through.
Let's start with pillar number 1, which sounds fundamental: data-driven architecture.
Yeah, this is huge.
Yeah.
It basically means that the definition of almost everything in the game, items, recipes, properties of those items, biomes, character classes, factions, even character backstories, it's all stored in data files, specifically Unity's scriptable objects.
Okay, for listeners maybe not deep into Unity, what's the key benefit of scriptable objects here? Why is that approach so important?
Think of them like self-contained data containers, almost like little database entries for your game assets. The key is they separate the data, what an item is, from the logic, what the code does with the item.
And that separation is what makes it scale.
Exactly. It makes the whole system incredibly designer-friendly, and later, modder-friendly too. A designer wants to add a new sword. They don't need to touch C# code. They create a new sword scriptable object asset, fill in its properties, damage, weight, maybe special effects, and the game systems just automatically pick it up and know how to use it.
That sounds much cleaner. And they mentioned using polymorphism heavily here. That sounds technical. How does that apply practically? They use an example of a sword having armor properties.
Right. Polymorphism just means many forms. In this context, it means all those different properties like damage, durability, armor value, maybe even magical effect. They all inherit from a common base property type.
Okay.
So when you define an item, like a sword, you can just attach a list of these property objects to it. You could attach a damage property and an armor value property to the same sword if you wanted. Maybe it's an enchanted blade that also deflects blows.
Ah, I see. So it's super flexible. You don't need different item types for every combination of effects.
Precisely. And it future-proofs the system. If they invent a totally new property later, like causes fear, they just create that new property type inheriting from the base. They don't have to change the core item class at all. Any item can now potentially have that new property attached. Super elegant.
Very cool. Okay, pillar number 2, event-driven architecture for decoupling. What problem does this solve?
This tackles the spaghetti code problem directly. In a lot of complex games, different systems end up directly referencing each other. The inventory manager needs to tell the UI manager to update, which needs to check with the crafting manager. It becomes this tangled web.
Like a big Jenga tower, maybe? You pull one piece out and the whole thing might wobble or fall.
That's a perfect analogy.
Okay.
Tightly coupled systems are brittle. If you change how the inventory manager works, you might break the UI, the crafting, maybe even the AI, because they all expected it to work in a very specific way.
So how does the event system avoid that Jenga tower?
Instead of direct calls, systems communicate indirectly through events. They use a central event system, likely based on scriptable objects again. So when something happens, say, the player picks up an item and it goes into their inventory. The inventory manager doesn't directly tell the UI, update yourself.
Okay, what does it do instead?
It just broadcasts a message, an event, like, hey, item added to inventory happened, into the system. Any other system that cares about that event, like the UI manager, maybe the crafting manager checking available materials, or an AI system tracking colony wealth, subscribes to that specific event.
So the inventory manager has no idea who's listening. It just shouts into the void, basically.
Pretty much. It's fire and forget. This decouples the systems massively. You can change the inventory manager or even replace it entirely. And as long as it still fires that item added to inventory event correctly, the UI and crafting systems don't care. They just keep listening for the event. It makes the whole architecture way more robust and flexible, like Lego bricks instead of a Jenga tower.
That makes a lot of sense for building something complex over time. But hang on. If everything is
So this whole podcast and all this notebook here, which I dropped in my Discord as well, is basically just documenting all these streams and a lot of the things I've said or done and the workflows. So again, it's about leveraging the tools to really empower you. And again, my big primary thing is deep research to project plan to implementation. And then when I'm out and about, I'll deep research and then create AI podcasts so I can passively listen to a lot of deep analytical research in these long podcasts. And it's a way I can just have my earbuds in, deal with people day to day, shopping, whatever, and still be expanding my skill set and learning new things. It's just, I freaking love this workflow.
Coupled and communicating through these indirect events, doesn't that make debugging a nightmare? How do you trace what if there's no direct call stack showing A called B called C?
That is the classic challenge with event-driven systems. You're absolutely right. You trade the simplicity of direct call stack debugging for the resilience of decoupling.
So what's the solution? How do they find bugs?
Better tooling and logging. This connects back to their custom tools, which we'll get to. They need really good logging that shows when an event was fired, who fired it, what data it carried, and who received it and reacted. So if something goes wrong, you look at the event log timeline, not a direct code trace. It requires a different debugging mindset.
Okay, so it's a trade-off, managed by investing in visibility tools. Got it. Now, Pillar 3 directly attacks a common Unity pitfall, the anti-singleton approach.
Yes, the dreaded singleton mess. It's so tempting in Unity to make every manager, inventory manager, UI manager, audio manager, a globally accessible singleton. Just makes it easy to get a reference from anywhere.
Seems convenient. Yeah, what's the downside?
The downside is it leads right back to that tight coupling problem, just in a different way. Suddenly, everything potentially depends on everything else being available globally. It makes the code base rigid, hard to test in isolation, and difficult to refactor. If everything can reach everything, it's hard to reason about the system state.
So how do they avoid needing singletons if systems need to interact?
By leaping heavily on that event-driven system we just talked about. Systems don't need a global reference to the inventory manager if they can just listen for inventory-related events. It forces a cleaner separation of concerns. They might still use singletons very sparingly for truly global things, maybe like game settings, but they actively avoid making every manager one.
Okay, so these 3 pillars, data-driven, event-driven, anti-singleton, create the foundation.
All right. I shouldn't eat this entire thing. That's going to be a little too much. If the corn wasn't in there, I wouldn't be as worried about it. Trying to just keep the carb count, and corn actually has a little sugar in it. So, all right. So again, this just quickly go over these 2 notebooks I made today. One was about marketing. So I put tons of sources of data like YouTube videos, documents, websites about the inspirations for my game, the research documents about my game, what my goals are, the different things, and basically how can I market or learn how to market and build a community around the game and how to promote myself. And again, I'm not a good marketing guy. I don't know marketing, SEO, all that. Like, I know what it all is, but I'm just kind of a go guy. So this has been really enlightening. This podcast is about that. And then this notebook again is just going over my streams and analyzing all of them and then building out all these documents. And like, so here I asked it to analyze each video and tell me the contents of it, give me the general, what it was covered in the video, some SEO tags for that video, the chapter suggestions. So I can take this document and go back to my streams that I haven't updated any information on and quickly create chapters at timelines, all that. And then add tags that are relevant to the content and give an information in the description. You know what was done on this video and this stream and blah, 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 blah. So these 2 notebooks are just kind of me playing more with Notebook LM and learning how to leverage it for advanced research or just data analysis. And it's really powerful stuff. And these AI podcasts are generated in the notebook here. You can do presentations, mind maps, quizzes, flashcard reports. It's all cool stuff. All right. Want to do Fog of War next on the dungeon? Because what I could do, I could do a mask. So you take like this ground plane and you move it up and make it a quad with a solid black texture. And then as you move a circle, a radius of it gets erased and exposes the parts of the dungeon you haven't seen yet. And that mask too, I wonder if I could detect if I'm clicking in black or transparency and not need collision. And that would avoid me being able to click over here in a section where I can't see and navigate to it like I'm doing right now. Now I have a really great asset for Fog of War, but I want to try building it out myself. This is going to be glorious. And again, I'm about the gamer dad life. I want to make the game have a lot of quality of life for people, employed dads, or, older people or employed people who don't have a ton of time but want to get into a deep simulation like Rimworld or Elin or whatever. So I'm not going to make it take forever to do things. In fact, I may have a setting to where you can quickly certain overall the speed of the game is increased so you can get through stuff faster, or animation or everything. All right, what am I going to work on next? I think Fog of War, maybe. Or decor. I need to be able to place decor into the dungeon. What's really cool is, and I have all the rooms saved. So every room I can actually say, oh, this room is this theme or this things, or this will spawn here, and like this could be an altar of the gods room. So you're going to have Pantheon, right? And you can start with a religion depending on how your character started out, but sometimes you got to find an altar of a god and basically pray to them, or decide them to be your deity or whatever, and you'll start gaining piety and all that, and you get bonuses from your god. But if you ever change gods, you're going to have a big penalty for a while, because you've upset your god and you went to a different one. And that penalty can be pretty drastic. In Eland, or like Dungeons Crawler Stone Soup, or I can't remember what it is. There's a similar systems. I almost want to make it to where if I hold G down, it just keeps deleting instead of me having to tap. tool use also. If you have a pickaxe in your inventory and you decide you want to try to mine something, you just are gonna use it, right? You're not gonna have to go put it in your hand. Basically, I may have just like tool slots, or I don't know. It just seems like wasted time and clicks, you know. And then your equipped weapon, if you do get into combat, say you're mining here, and you have a pickaxe on you that is efficient level to mine these walls or whatever it is, you'll use it. But then if you get into combat, you can just immediately start fighting because your equipped weapon is still there, and you'll use that. There's no need to be swapping these things in and out. One of the quality of lives I'm thinking about. Get out of here. I'm just so damn tickled pink. Can I destroy the exit? Nope. Only walls. Oh. What is the best way to implement a fog of war for the dungeons? Tell me the most common ways this is handled and the pros and cons of each approach. Give me a detailed project plan to implement the best approach. And I may change which approach it picks, but I know how fog of war systems work. There's several different techniques. Again, masking. There's mesh, a custom mesh that gets just like I'm destroying the mesh when I'm walking around. Honestly, I do want to see what this looks like when I hold down G, how fast it can go. So I remember like in game in Terraria, you can just be blasting through. Get key. So here's where I've gotten the procedural dungeon generation. It automatically creates it. I can path through everything. The chunks, or the level is broken up into chunks, the walls are. So it's it's not tons and tons of shadowcasters, and it's only 69 batches, 19 shadowcasters. Now when I go full screen, I'm running 300 frames per second. And now I can start, and I've got a key to automatically destroy walls around me, but you can mine out dungeons and caves and stuff now, and automatically the pathfinding automatically updates. And it's very performant. Still 19 Shadowcasters. I can break up this into individual pieces. So now you got little chunks, but it still just counts as one mesh, and it's regenerating that mesh for each chunk every time you destroy. Pathfinding's working. So this mesh or chunk generation and mesh destruction, I believe I'm going to take this concept up to the overworld maps too, because I was going to go with terrain based overworld maps instead of the cubes with height like I was. But now that I've got a proof of concept here, well, it's better. It's more than a proof of concept. It's just highly performant. I can leverage this in the overworld map. I can chunk up stuff. Yeah. With the terrain, it would be weird trying to get the terrain system to what you want to call it. Look at that shit, dude. Blow, 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 blah, 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 blah. I can, you eventually get an ability called auto miner, and you can just kind of walk through fucking a cave or a dungeon and just auto mine like towards end game. So cool. Just back to back mesh destruction and regeneration, and not even a hiccup, and pathfinding just still works. Oh yeah. Now you get some wall assets. So I think what I'm gonna do with the walls is the top is gonna be black, and then the rim of the corners is gonna be kind of faded or towards the top like an occlusion, and that way it looks organic still, even though you got simpler cube shapes. It's beautiful. So beautiful. Alrighty. So now layers, dungeon layers. Once you're in the first dungeon, the main load of building the dungeon once you first visit it, and I haven't saved it out. Also saving and re-importing dungeon meshes and or dungeon information. Is another step I need to do, but as you're on the first layer of the dungeon, it will automatically asynchronously in the background generate dungeons every other dungeon level, so you can instantaneously move between them. And I might Trying to think. On World Gen, I could create and save out the dungeons first levels and still have a pretty. That way, when you're in game, you instantly go into the first level without any kind of hiccup. It's just fast. It's there. Because during world generation, when you create a new game, the planet's made, your world is made, and it generates that first level of every dungeon, so the world generation isn't slow. So the first level's already out there and saved. And then then all that the big cost of the dungeon generation is up front. And again, in a cut build, I bet you this is going to be fast, and this might not even be needed. But then on the first level, it starts in the background creating all the other levels, and then saves that out. And now that dungeon, until it respawns, is instantaneous loads pretty much. It's going to be real quick, real fast. So I'm going to think through that more. But what I'm probably going to do is focus on the planet procedural gen here in a little bit. Or well, I'm going to get the planet generation screen, or your world generation screen, where you can set the parameters for what you want from your game world when you start a new game. Go into the actual planet screen or world map. I don't know if I'm going to do a sphere like planet, like Rimworld. I think I'm going to lay that out flat on a rectangle and just generate like a world map from like that. And then you can pick where you're going to start the game, and then you will start the game. You'll go to the map section of the world that you wanted to pick on, you now own. And then from there, I'm going to get the logic to where you can exit your map and go back to world gen or the world map and go into the next, or travel. And again, travel takes energy, stamina, food, and time travels faster when you're on the world map. It takes a lot longer to get to A and B. And then get it to where you can walk to a dungeon, go into a dungeon, and then walk back to your map, go in your map, and get all that saving with the character information and your MP, all your base information. And that's going to be probably my focus for the next few days, is just getting the new game, create a world, get to your map, get to where you can work, because I've already got that kind of working. Polish character generation more. So it'd be new game, world generation configuration screen. You hit generate, it's going to do, that's where the most of the loading is going to be. You're going to be waiting for your planet to gen, and then it's going to start generating the first floor of any dungeons that were spawned, any proc gen towns. Because I could easily take this dungeon gen and kind of flip it a little bit and be creating towns. I don't know about procedural towns. I'm probably going to do a bunch of bespoke town sections, and then I can randomize them maybe, but I want the towns to look really good. So they may not be proc gen. They may be a marriage of some completely hand designed, bespoke, and then some are bespoke parts and procedurally laid out with different NPCs and all that. So we shall see. You create a 2D data array, fog state with depth that mirrors your dungeon layout. Each cell stores its state, undiscovered, discovered, visible. A single large texture 2D is created in code, and its pixels are colored black, gray, transparent. Based on this array, this texture is then applied to the giant quad that floats just above your dungeon. Simple to save and load. Respects your optimization. It doesn't touch or modify your combined mesh floors at all. It can look blocky since the fog is per tile. This may even be desired retro aesthetics. The vertex-based mesh color approach. You add a vertex color data to your combined meshes. Custom shader reads the vertex color. Black equals hidden, white equals visible. As the player moves, you find the vertices of your meshes that are in line of sight, update their color in the mesh colors array, and re-upload the mesh data to the GPU. This shader is very fast, can create smooth, soft fog edges per vertex, not per tile. Incompatible with your current optimizations. You worked hard to combine meshes and static chunks. This method would require you to dynamically update the mesh colors array for your entire ground mesh and every wall chunk the player is near every frame. This is extremely complex and slow and completely defeats the purpose of your static chunking. The full screen post-processing approach. Darkens the screen. The player paints a clear data onto the full screen. Fog mask textures can look the most modern with soft edges and high fidelity. Extremely requires custom shaders, render texture management in a way to paint to textures. Doesn't understand walls. It's very difficult for a post-processing effect to know about your dungeon 3D layout. You would be able to see through walls unless you combine this with complex raycasting. Yeah, I think I like the tile-based approach. All right, so is this a... Yeah, we'll just do that. Spooky noises. Keep forgetting it's Halloween. Or, well, hey, it's November, Discord. Catch up. Hmm. Oh, once I get the Fog of War working here, I'll review it and probably have to make some tweaks. But as always, it's, it is what it is. Non-mono behavior data class that just holds the fog state array. Fog of War visuals, a mono behavior that creates and manages the fog quad and texture, and then updates the fog data based on player position. And very nice. Fog data config. Oh yeah, I closed Unity. It was long overdue. I had it open too long. It was getting visual glitches in the project manager and shit. And it was slowing down. So I'm going to have the dungeon builder actually kick off and pass the info to the fog of war controller. Maybe not. That way I can keep them separated. Gotta keep them separated. Hey. Well, it's already got. No, they're linked already with this jazz. Okay, it's going to create the quad or the mesh automatically. I don't want this on the dungeon script actually. So let's create a new game object. Just create an empty fog of war. Update interval 0.1 is pretty good. Yeah. Thought I had most everything muted. Getting a little too spooky. I'll find a better way to energize these guys because I don't think I need the data is not, it's a POCO. Yeah. So it doesn't need to be public. Visuals. Should I do that first? Let's see. So that should be all I need to do there. Sign it in the inspector, then move on. I'll work on actual better prefabs for the dungeons next, and I'm going to convert all the things, the configuration, everything to scriptable data objects, so I can I think that's everything. Let's go. Let's see what it do. Kind of working. I guess me being able to freely move the camera is going to be a point of contention with the fog of war. Let's see here. Got any errors? No errors. Dungeon generated. It's kind of doing it. There's a way to. Why can't I see myself through it? Not updating the. I mean, it's kind of doing it, but only in certain spots. I bet you it player positions, what's off. So if we go to update Fog of War, attach to Unity. It's probably got my one position and never got it again. But the transform, that should still be updating. Okay, we're attached. Yeah, okay. Yeah, see, we're not hitting that breakpoint. So if I go here, hit F9, not hitting that breakpoint. F9. F9 here. There we go. Fog data is null. Oh, I didn't new up the fog data. Yeah, okay, man, that's what it is. Stays like this. Every now and then I forget to do a thing. So I think the Y offset's gonna have to be pretty low. And I'm gonna have to restrict in dungeons how much of an angle you can come down with the camera for this to really work and you not be able to cheese the full Fog of War. Thankfully with Cinemachine, that's pretty easy. Look at that. Pretty fly. I mean, now I need to bring it down. And it should. Oh, it does keep the where you've been uncovered. It's just not. It needs to be a little more transparent where you've been. This is dope. All right, so offset we'll do 2. Yeah, let's restart it with a lower offset. Let's do 3. Look how fast the scene starts now since I restarted Unity. Like the map gen, everything's bloop fast. You definitely need to restart. So brilliant. Now I need to prevent world clicks on undiscovered positions. So let's play maximized. Hit record. And we have added Fog of War. It's a very blocky one for now, but it is a Fog of War. Oh, I was over there and it teleported me because this is the closest tile. That's a spawning bug. Shouldn't have uncovered the area over there, but we'll go over there anyways. Here's the entrance, and walking through, checking stuff out, finding things, uncovering my way. You know how it goes. And then I'm going to break my way through onto the other side. So good. And then we'll just, now you shouldn't be able to click through the fog of war like this. I'm going to fix that next. And then we'll find the exit. We found the exit. Honestly, I think 2 would probably be best. Because it starts at the... I've got to get the spawning just right. But now we're at 2. Can't really cheese it. Oh, and again, I'm not going to let you angle like this in a dungeon. In fact, I think I probably should limit angling more. So let's do another recording. All right. Fog of War, implement it. I'm going to get back quick. Mine my way through. And I found the exit. Well, I'll drop all this in the Discord server. So you can have the scripts for this dungeon generation. Just replace it with your character and your pathfinding system. But if you use the free package from A-Star, you can use my pathfinding system too. So you ain't gotta not have things. Oh wow, I just realized that when I send out my links like that, it doesn't go to every service. Let me fix that. Restream. I need to get the restream attached, or and what I can do, one, I need to make the camera black in the background. So let's do that. So window lighting, or rendering lighting. Is this person? I think it is. Yeah, I'm not gonna let you angle down that much. In fact, I'm gonna probably keep a more isometric top down look, but probably like boom. Well, we'll see. We'll see what I think. One thing I don't like is the exit is always in the opposite corner. Or, oh, I mean, you got to work towards it. But if you know the exit's always going to be, where is the exit? There it is. So I may make it to where the exit is, it's typically the first room is the entrance and the last room is the exit. But I may make the exit sometimes appear at the opposite corners. Well, never, or the two opposite corners. I'm going to randomize it. Yeah, I'm going to randomize it. So, I want to expand the fog of war past the actual level. And I can do that pretty easy, actually. I think right here. So I can say plus 30. Maybe this will work. Let's do 20. That should expand it past it. And I'll drop the dungeon generation and the fog of war scripts back in the Discord. So watch this bug out. Nope. Perfect. Wait. Yeah, it did bug out. Now it's offset. Yeah. All right, that's fine. Whatever. I'm not upset. I have to. It needs to match the layout. But what I can do. What I can do. The hell did happen? What did I change? Oh, I didn't save the script. Oh, sorry. There's a bug or an error. Yeah. Yep, that's what it was. I was like, what the fuck? He was just working fine. I'm going to lower it to 1, too. So see if that works fine. Main camera, black as night. All right, all right. And again, depending on where the rooms fall, and yeah, see, I can get popped. 1 is too low. 1.5 is probably the right spot. Okay, and Cine Machine here, we want to vertical access range. We'll go 20 to 45. I think that's what I want. And then Fog of War will be 1.3. Y offset. Why? Because I gotta. I gotta get that teleportation bug fixed. So clean, so clean. All right, let me record again. Fog of War implementation. Looking gravy. Mine my way out of this problem. Trying to find the exit. Not here. Exit found. I'm going to create the auto explorer function too, like some of the more modern roguelikes, where your character will keep going and discovering sections until an enemy or some point of interest pops up. So you ain't even got like, you have like an auto explore quality of life function like Tales of My Jail and Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup or whatever. I'm probably saying that name wrong, both of them. Gravy. It's gravy up in this baby. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's the best. So now I need to, one, allow the fog of war to extend past the actual level to get rid of that little red line, or so you can't see that wall. And then it is restricted from, well, just so cool. So this is basically nailed my dungeon generation code. This is one day of dungeon generation code work, and it is by far the coolest. And it's gonna be the blueprint for the outer world, or yeah, the outer world, or the local maps and the overworld, and the just destruction and mining and all that, and building. Because I could add a wall and recreate or update the mesh. So yeah.
I just want to let you know just in case.
Kid's like, just to let you know, like something's wrong. It's like, I got an interview you gotta drive me to. I was like, oh fuck yeah. More money, more problems. Fog of War implementation. Looking gravy. All right, I'm gonna drop these scripts. I'm gonna check in now. I'm gonna save the scene. We're gonna do a commit note. Way out of this problem. Add Fog of War system to dungeon generation. Introduces Fog of War controller, Fog of War data, and Fog of War visual scripts to implement a Fog of War system for dungeons. Updates Dungeon 3D Builder. Related classes to support fog. Avoid initialization and visualization. Also adjust wall prefab materials. That's fine. That's all fine. Let's push. I have not pushed in a while. Push it. Great day. Oh no. This is usually temporary during hosting rounds. I mean, the local server did not receive a response from the authoritative server. Yeah, let's close this. Don't you do this to me. That was 6 commits in and I hadn't pushed yet. All right, we're pushed. Life is gravy. Really starting to look for an artist to help me dial in the art direction, and do some level design, 3D model work. I'm probably gonna get my composer friends to start laying some tracks down. Man, all the systems come together, man. Like, I'm gonna work on combat soon more. Like right now, I just got melee kind of bump combat going on, but I'm gonna really drive in now that I got dungeons. I'm gonna get more enemies created, improve the melee combat, get your gear visible on you, improve the character sprites some. Oh, I'm just so fucking happy with the way this has turned out tonight. Let's take the dungeon wall and make it black. I need to get multiple walls going on. Trying to find the exit. Not here. Exit found. The bones are all there, guys. The bones are there. I'm going to create the auto explorer function. Oops. And with the fog of war, I can actually, the auto explorer can leverage that data and it will basically move to the edge of the fog of war. And as it unveils stuff, things becoming visible will trigger an event that the auto explorer will listen for, and then it will stop the gameplay, or stop the game and let you consider what's going on and make some strategic decisions. I gotta get rid of the specular on those walls. So I can't get down low anymore. I got the camera about 20 radians or degrees, or whatever you want to call them. Did I miss a door? Interesting. Can I Get to the exit without mining. Let's see. I'm so fucking pumped, y'all. I'm very happy, man. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Boom. Exit. Oh, I can even have a spell that destroys like walls within like a radius around you. One more recording, then I'll get to working again. Sorry, this is just exciting to me. One day of dungeon generation and fog of war creation. That teleport bug, just ignore it. It should have put me over there. Now let's start over here. All right. So let's find the exit. Should be an easy one this time. Yeah. Definitely got to randomize where this is because basically you just kind of beeline to the upper right to find the exit. The exit's going to be random. Randomized. Oh, wait. What's this? Oh, an extra room. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Destroying things. Minding my way through. Don't mind me. I'm just mining. Your rooms up here I didn't find. 2 secret entrances. Like some rooms will have doors. Well, hidden rooms. I wonder if I can do that. They just spawn like in the middle. There's no tunnel to them, and like you got to mine to find them. Traps, adding decor. Yes, yes, yes. It's very cool. Oh shit, I wasn't even dropping stuff in my Discord. It was someone else's chat. Alright, dropping the scripts in Discord. Alright, code is dropped in Discord. And again, you'll just have to replace it with your player character and your pathfinding asset, or your character controller, really. And whatever pathfinding you have should work. But again, use the free package from A-Star if you don't already own the asset. I'm not using any of the features from A-Star Pro, the paid version of that pathfinding asset. I'm using the grid graph from the freebie. Like, there's no need. You can use the same thing for pathfinding like I'm doing. All right, decor next, I think. Decor and loot. Treasure, treasure, treasure. well, instead of calling it decor, why don't I call it POI? And POIs can be, well, I'll think. And I think 1.3 is too high still. So if I go 1.1, let's see how that do. I was suffering all day with that slow ass building, man. I need to restart Unity more frequently. Yeah, nice and dark. I need to work on the camera controller. When I tilt the camera, the directions don't change. So up is this way. So I gotta go back to this one. I gotta fix that. Boom, we found it. Now we're making our way downtown, moving fast. Carrying a gat, blat blat. Once I get the combat going and get it all smooth and fast, man, it's gonna be so clean. So clean. Because I got to rework the action economy system. I know how I'm going to approach it now. After I did I basically code reviewed the open source engine that Tales of Major, Majlar. I don't know how you say it. It's written in, it's the backend is C. It's written in C, and then it has a Lua interpreter, and that's how you actually program that roguelike. But it's one of the most popular roguelikes, and it has so many good modern features like the auto explore and all that. Like, um, so that research is really, really awesome. I'm going to work on my action economy and get it to where combat's going to be very fluid. Enemies' turns and your turns will always be in lockstep and respected. And I may even stop tweening motion on the player just to make the combat system as extra crispy and snappy. Because enemies teleport so they don't prevent you from moving because you're lerping to your new position. Now, the only crappy thing is the camera snapping. If I were to do that, I got to figure out a way to smooth the camera. So right now, it's pretty darn good with the lerp. Lerp ya derp. It's exciting to me. Sorry, I'm just like, I could sit here and do this all night now. Dungeon generation and fog of war creation. That teleport bug, just ignore it. It should have put me over there. Now let's start over here. All right. So let's find the exit. Oh, I'm so fucking happy, y'all. I don't know. This is just, oh my gosh, this is just big deal. So the Fog of War 2, I can crisp up. I can make that a little smoother. But I do now think I'm going to focus on getting the player character. I may make the walls too tall and then get it to where the Fog of War is just ever so slightly. So let's do this. The player character, we're going to scale him down just about 0.8. Oops. And then the Fog of War, we're going to take him down to 0.01. So it sits just ever so slightly above 0.9. We'll do that. Now it should be really looking good. But I would like to... Yeah, see, I can get that closer. Feels like you're moving faster now that you're smaller. There's no walls where we're going. All right, gentlemen, ladies, and whatever you wanna be. Whoa, go away. Go away. Barefoot pickings. That's viewers. Blah, blah, blah. Just go away. So you guys get, it's like a jump scare. Like the streaming's a horror game when no one's commenting, then all of a sudden they comment and that ding goes off. Someday I may have enough people on there that I just turn that ding off, but not anytime soon. I can't stop playing with this. I'm sorry. Sorry. All right. All right. It is 8:28. I've been streaming for 6 hours and 37 minutes with 522 drop frames. Fuck yes, dude. My private placement looking spicy. Come on, let's go public and let's hit the Nazi. Oh, that's so cool. National Space Club. Sorry, can't show you these. Oh, I don't know. I probably could, but nah. Big money. I'm privately invested in a lunar lander company that is making moves to go public. I'm invested in them in a big way. Like 50 large. I got 50 grand up in this investment and I'm ready for it to go off because then, oh, I'm going to be really working on finding an artist and commissioning and getting marketing going, et cetera, et cetera. I got the money to do all that now, but I still just, this could retire me and I'm just beyond excited about it. Buddy, oh my god. I mean, like, it could be just a couple weeks till my shares hit the open market. Please, Lord. Alrighty. Retire me so I can work on my game full time. That's what I want. It's gonna happen, right? It's gonna happen. This investment's gonna hit. Won't hit good. Like I got the medium bucks right now, but boy oh boy, I will have the big boy bucks possibly soon. Making my way downtown, faces past. I got making my way through the dungeon, fog of war passes, and I'm like, fuck yeah. Let's just click off here in the distance, see where we get. Auto exploring, auto explore, auto explore, auto explore, auto explore. In fact, I'm gonna work on that as a fucking feature because I don't have I get carpal tunnel and that the auto explorer is gonna be able to explain. That's right. I'm going for the the that fuck you monies. Yeah, it's I don't know. It's I'm crazy excited. Especially I just saw our photos from the big event and the CEO and everything with some really big names. And this is clean shit, man, isn't it? Like I'm just like ah. And then the destruction, real time terrain destruction, and it's just blazing fast. And I'm gonna reverse that and do creation. So again, this is the foundation for your base building on the overworld map too. 250 frames. I mean, I'm not even dropping below 200 while doing this, and this is in editor with the editor overhead. 19 shadowcasters still, 49 batches. It's just so optimized. It's crazy. I've got a where did that setting go? Ryzen 7 78XD 3 8-core processor, 64 gigs of RAM, 4090 GPU. Yep. Pretty beefy tower. Pretty beefy. Oh yeah, I'm streaming on a 4K monitor here, and this is at 4K resolution. So if we go to 1080p, this is what 1080p looks like. And AP is pushing 3 something. 720p. Why it's bigger, I don't know. Or well, I guess it makes sense. But yeah, it's this is just such performant code or dungeon generation, procedural generation logic, fog of war, and oh no, this will scale. I'm using basically resolution independence, right? So I'm using UI toolkit. The UI is going to scale with your resolutions. In fact, might cut a build and just run it. I can send a build out and have people test it on their boxes. Oh yeah, but I'm in the editor. Like, oh, dungeon. So again, logic will only run for the chunks of map that I'm going to be processing. So let's look at Elin. And it's not going to be a massive area that is going to be affected. You got your planet, which has its systems running, so all those systems wouldn't be running. If you think of Rimworld too, it even its biggest map, and the fact that it isn't pushing the latest greatest graphics and all that crap, And these are all simple shapes, low vertices next to no triangles in the scene. Yeah, and I haven't even got to where I've got all that stuff really dialed in yet either. I haven't touched any of that yet. So there's more optimizations to be had. But like here, I haven't played this enough. Where is it at? Like you can expand this map like all the way, I think, out to these edges, but this is like... I'm gonna die from hunger. So here's like a town. So this gives you kind of a conceptual of what... It's not a ton to process. And as you can see, like the NPCs are teleporting around. And again, I'm not going for crazy graphics. I'm not going to yeah, like I'm really focusing on the systems way more than any kind of fancy graphical tech and all that. And almost everything I've been building, I've been architecting with a clean design that's event driven. So I don't have a billion game objects running their update loop and doing logic in an update loop. Most systems are reactive. So they do something when they need something, or they see something else. They've subscribed to another event in another system. So it's not like all these systems are all just firing off on every frame. They fire off on the frame where they actually need to do something. And because of the workflow that I have, and I'm 2.5 months in this project, I've always built every system kind of like this. Because like right now, I just dropped the entire dungeon and Fog of War code into the Discord, and someone could take that and run with it. But it's pretty... Besides, you just swap out your player character controller and then whatever your pathfinding is, and you're good to go. But if you use the free pathfinding asset that of the version that I'm using, you just gotta put your character controller in there, and you'd be able to have this up and running in your system pretty fast. And again, another reason I like to build these systems as decoupled as I can is when I make a new game in the future, or if I want to bundle them up into an asset that I sell on the asset store itch, I can. I would take the code, put it into a separate project, create a very simple character controller, whatever things that are proprietary to my game that wouldn't be relevant to anyone else's game. I would just swap out or make them integrations that you can enable or disable, and then bundle up, sell it as an asset. So, I mean, almost every system has been designed in that manner, and I've been very religious about it. The one thing I haven't done with the dungeon system is make it scriptable object driven, and I'm going to do that here soon. That's not going to take too much time. And I usually do that from the get-go. This is the first system that I haven't started off with data driven. Designer friendly. Alrighty. And two, like my NPCs, once they generate a path, they will keep working that same path without making a new one every time they have a turn. Unless, like, if they're chasing me and I get so far from the point where they last targeted me, they will generate a new path. If they're chasing me and they haven't generated a new path in a while, I can't remember how many. It's a certain amount of turns in time. They will create a new path. And other than that, they they store their path and they work that path through their turns, and once complete it, they'll create a new path if they need it. So the pathfinding isn't even firing off every frame. Like, an A star is so optimized. Like, that's part of Rimworld. The pathfinding in there, I think when you do a large game map, and you start to get a lot of stuff going on, the pathfinding can be one of the bottlenecks. It's not, I mean, it still performs really well because the graphics aren't that intense. But again, I am keeping the assets low, very highly optimized, and two of my assets that I do bring in will all get optimized through my mesh and texture baking, and then low poly. So there'll be 3 steps for all assets that come into the project, especially modular assets. So like the workbenches and stuff right now, these guys are modular assets, so I can build up the workbenches the way I would want them to look. But then, do I have them in here? Yeah, let's put these guys in the scene and look at the stats. So those workbenches, I'll walk over by them. Now there's 469 Shadowcasters in the scene. There is 800,000 triangles. Let me get closer. Now we're still 800,000. 488 Shadowcasters. See if I can get actually close to them. Hold on. No, I can't. But so these assets here are still individual parts. Everything is a single game object and mesh, and it's not combined. So these are unoptimized yet, and they're still they have not been what you want to call it. My process to take the textures and turn them, basically make them bite size. Like all the textures in my game, most games have 2K, 4K, very large textures, right? And these do right now. These crafting stations, because they're still in the modular prototyping, build them up phase. Because see, they're individual parts, right? And they're highly detailed. 2K, I think these are all 4K textures technically. And there's some geometry on here that has way more detail than I would ever want on a crafting station. And like, they will get optimized down. They will get combined into a single mesh. Their textures will get turned into 256, maybe 512. 512 will be the biggest texture size for most of them. And all these like extra faces and all this extra geo will be optimized. They'll still look great, and they'll match my pixel art style because of basically I can take any HD asset and put it through my asset converter pipeline for my game, and it'll fit my game art style wise. It will be performant. It'll be a single draw call, single shadow caster. So like here, as I turn off some of these guys, so like here, I'm gonna turn this guy off. That's like 30 shadow casters and 100,000 triangles right there. Oh yeah, no, that's what's really cool is I've been, because of the workflow, the deep research, the project plan, the implementation, every single thing has been optimized and approached from a very clean standpoint. And my project is not even bloated. Like, the most space consuming thing in the project right now are these crafting stations. And once I get these converted and optimized, they'll take up next to no space. There won't be hundreds of draw calls because of crafting stations. Because here we go from 19 draw calls, 458. That one's like 20 draw call or shadow casters. And again, it's really nice that these are modular because I can build them up and make them look how I want. But once I've got them where I want them, they will be a singular game object, because every single one of these has a transform. It has render logic. It has mono behavior. It has a tick, an update. all those different things firing off. If they have colliders, it's got the physics engine involved. And that's another thing is I'm barely relying on the physics engine for stuff like right now I'm just using it purely to signal where and you can and can't walk. I'm not using it for anything outside of that. And then there's certain things where I can just completely, due to grid logic and just simple math, I can get rid of physics checks for things completely. So like no colliders are needed to do a lot of the logic that I'm going to do. Just points on a grid and then just rely on that math. So yeah, I'm very excited about how far I've come, how well I've kind of kept things clean and I've approached things and I've refactored, I've code reviewed. Um, I just constantly just keep on iterating through that workflow that I've got. And it's just been really amazing. And typically I'd pull in Fog of War. There's a great asset I own that handles Fog of War really well, but it'd probably include like 50 plus scripts and a bunch of file, like it would introduce bloat where here I've got a Fog of War and 3 CS files. So my whole dungeon system is dungeon and Fog of War is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 scripts at this point. And this is all encapsulated right here. So it's going to be amazing. What is that one game I was just talking about? Tales. You should check it out. This, if you're a roguelike fan. So it's built off TE4. It's a C. Yep. I've been analyzing this code base. I've been doing some reviews and deep dives and deep research on it. Dude, I've been Dungeon Crawler, Stone Soup, this and a few others I've been really into. Yeah, yep, totally. You can go see the repo and check it all out. It is a clone, but it is open source too. The only thing, the Tomy or whatever, the only thing is the actual Magil assets and stuff and its logic are what you can't, use. But as for the engine, you can get all those wins. You can use that system to build your own roguelike. It totally. But let me find the doc here. I did some really good research on it, and it's really amazing. So the action economy, I learned a lot about action economy off this one. Unity localization, building an emergent AI director. There it is. I think this is it. Yep, this guy right here. Oh, Obsidian, the little like workflow documents. Or I don't know what you would call Obsidian. That it's like the yeah. I used to use it. But what I do now a lot of times is if I want to build up like here, I'll show you an example. So I'll take this guy here, this deep research, and what's called plant UML, and I can build up basically what Obsidian does, and I believe you can use a plant UML importer with Obsidian too to take this there. Plant UML to visualize the action turn-based systems in this research. Yeah, you can do Markdown. You can say, give me Wiki or Jira Confluence Markdown, give me JSON, give me YAML, give me, but Plant UML is great for getting architectural diagrams or workflows or process visual or images showing the process documentation. It's really handy for getting the visual side of things, but like at work, I'll create, use this and create plant UML to put into wiki documentation. And what you would do in Obsidian, you drag nodes, line them up, whatever, all that. You can just like automatically do really fast here. Plant UML viewer. Stab it. Just stab it. I don't know why that comes up every now and then. Oh, there's an error in it. Hold on. Get out of here. iGrid. You're making me look bad here. iGrid. I'll just take a screenshot of that. But this is MyJL's turn-based systems, the research I did on them and the action economy and all that. Because it's I don't know, it's kind of hard for me to wrap my head around. You move, everyone else moves, and all these things are happening all at the same time, and it looks like it's real time, right? So I've been researching a lot of different turn-based systems and any kind of open source repos I can find. Come on, dog. No, that's the beauty. That's actually the research has basically told me to, yeah, I was overthinking it. And it's really, it's like Magiel, it's energy. And then you have energy, you spend energy, and then your speed basically restores energy. And then if multiple things are slated to go at the same time, then basically like initiative or their speed comes into factor, and something else is how they sort out or they resolve those, and then just fire off, just everything move. And even the player. So I'm going to be implementing an I command and interface that has an execute and an undo for every single command. And instead of the player directly doing things right now like he is, even the player will be putting actions or commands into the queue that will be executed based off of energy, time, speed, all that. And then so the game game state updates are all just the player, the units, a move, everything the player does is the same thing the units can do, and it's all getting put into that same thing and getting executed. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, and it's just really cool to review like repos for like games like that and ADOM, and it just, I don't know, it's just fascinating to dig into their systems and learn things. But again, I want to bring a lot of some quality of life to things, and you know, any good ideas you got, I will gladly. I'm all ears. Any pain points when it comes to like roguelikes or like games like this, Colony Sim, Life Sim, I would love to hear them. All right. I'm just so jazzed with the dungeon creation in the Fog of War. Like, holy shit. It's beautiful. So I need to create. Oh, nice. How far along are they? Oh, yeah. No, that's my biggest thing. I want you do something and you move and everything updates, and like you are not being held up despite the fact that everybody's taking turns. It should feel invisible. Like it, yeah, like the game is just fluid, but it's a strategic game still. It's still, you stop, you can think, you can whatever. Like, oh, game maker language? Is that what that GML? I don't think I've. Yeah, I mean, I love Game Maker. That's what I cut my teeth on as a teenager. RPG Maker, then Game Maker. Oh, let me show you something. I think I have a Game Maker game I did. Hold on. Toy Wars. I took a J.C. Penney catalog photo and created a level out of it for my Game Maker game. I still have it, I think. I have an executable. I lost the source code when my laptop got stolen. That was, oh man, I was so heartbroken when that happened. It was my my best friend at the time. He got big into drugs and hit this girl with, he was dating, like, I don't know, like they broke into my dad's house, stole a bunch of tools, my laptop, all kinds of stuff. The police found him in an alley, like ODing pretty much. Like, I think the next day, or he was just so high, I don't know. But I have not talked to him since, man. That's like, I've loved coding and game design my whole life. And the fact after I lost that, and I like, yeah, that was like, nope. We are no longer ever gonna be friends again. Yeah. Toy Wars. So I was just starting to implement split screen multiplayer. So like, it's not like fully there. I'm trying to remember all the keys. Oops, let's reset. You got, but this is just a J.C. Penney catalog photo that I chopped up and then got layered in, and like you can kind of. Does he have a double jump? Oh no, there's super jump. You anytime any character can press down and then do like a super jump. There's the wizard. He's got a spell where he punches through the like it's a. Then you got Jason. Oh no, don't close. Come back. There's a Jason toy. Copyright reasons, that probably wouldn't have flew. I haven't seen this thing in a while. Jason. He throws knives and they'll stick. Like how they land, like I think that's everything for him. And if you touch people with your chainsaw, it's like continuous tick damage. And then you have the T-Rex toy. Like this game was so badass. Like, oh, I wish I had the source code. Oh wait, hold on. Can I decompile this bad boy back to project? I can do that with a. I'm very decent at reverse engineering, and like I might be able to. Oh yeah, Unity, everything's got decompilers. Like I've had to decompile vendor stuff at work and found out why they had a bug in their constructor. and like I ended up implementing a workaround on my end to get around it until they released a fix. Ooh, buddy. Was that what file format was that? That was, oh, that's the raw exe. Back to, oh no, wait, yeah. Back to the GMK. Oh man, this is going to be a project in the future. If I could just peer at this and see it, oh my gosh, that would be so cool. Usually it's not like perfect. Like Asset Ripper for Unity, you can decompile stuff, but it really isn't like you can just run the game and yeah, like it's kind of works, kind of doesn't. But yeah, anywho, here's Tomy if you ever want to go look at it. It's got some interesting stuff. The Lua. Energy is action currency. Varying speeds. Game clock advancement. This is another kicker. It's basically the game clock. Another trick to keep it moving forward is if the next character's turn would be this many ticks away, but they're the next in line, it goes ahead and advances to that person game time wise, to that next action or person or whatever. Like it's just so cool, like digging into this stuff. And so like my action, I essentially have this, but I don't have the undo. I have the execute for every action, but I'm going to implement the undo. And if I'm diligent about it, one, with the undo, you can basically record the whole game state and play it back, or you could have a spell that rewinds the game X number of turns, or there's a lot of cool shit you could do if you can unroll all the commands and you're recording all the commands as you go. So every command, move, attack, everything is going to be implement the execute and undo pattern, or yeah, undo, just so I can walk things back, because it really is, dude. Like it really is. Um, Man, I can't believe it. I haven't thought about Toy Wars in forever. Yeah, that's, and again, like, yeah, just simple interface, man. Every single action a unit can take, as long as you got the execute and undo, you have, and you are able to record that. And it's not even, you're not like saving big ass objects or anything. You're just saving that little bit of information to be able to replay or undo whatever it affects and does in its calculations. Um, yeah, that document there, I'm gonna drop it in Discord too, probably. But it really goes on a tangent about it, and I actually have a nice, where's it at? Yeah, right here. This podcast here, like I'll share this one. Listen to this podcast on it. Like it's good stuff. But yeah, like this podcast it was just really fun listen, because I'm really interested in that. And like I've been watching ranking videos for this game. Like I bought it on Steam and I haven't played it yet, but I know so much about this game just from watching YouTube videos on it and researching the repo and shit. Like this one, ADOM, Elin, obviously, but there's some others that, especially Dungeon Crawl, Stone Soup. Yeah, this one I've been really digging into as well. There's a lot of drama behind this one in recent years, or this one's actually pretty like popcorn entertainment. Like, you kind of follow the history of like the changes. um yeah, watching videos on this, or just I did some research about the update history and all the, because they took away food. Like in recent times, they keep making it, I guess, more new player friendly and stuff, but I don't know. There's some purists out there, and then there's it's just interesting, the story and the drama that's around it. It's kind of fun to dig into. But this one's really cool because it has teams, and that you can play online. People can spectate your game, and you can compete with your team and leaderboards and seasons and stuff. Oh yeah, man, this is probably, I don't know, it's crazy. Like the play online feature here. There's even a multiplayer version of this. But you take turn, they take turn. Oh, don't tell me I've got my damn VPN on. Okay. I wonder if I can watch someone. Yeah, so this is me spectating this guy playing right now. So you can compete online, and then that's the auto explore feature for this one. He just did the steps there. Yeah, dig into this one. Like it's really cool. Like, and I believe it's open source too if you want to look into the code and all that. And you can contribute to this one too. Pretty sure. I haven't actually spectated yet. Yeah, this is a good one to dig into. It's got a lot of fascinating, like, listening to all the metagaming, people ranking. You create your class, you pick your god, your deity, and your piety, all that. But you can also just, like, again, it follows some older roguelike patterns. If you can switch up gods or deities like midway through if you find an altar for a new one, but it comes with consequences. But sometimes those consequences, because you're really trying to make it as far as you can, and like basically it's scoring you and all that stuff too. I don't know, it's really 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 impressive. I don't know what's going on, like I haven't played it enough, but I've watched a lot on it, and it's really in depth. But it has the online, you can play it online, or you can play it offline, or you can download an old version of the repo if you don't like the changes they've done recently. um yeah, it is amazing. It is a whole nother can of worms to dig into, and I just love this shit. Like, where is the repo for this guy? Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, me either. Me either. Like, this was exciting to find. I was like, holy shit, man. Like, Dr. Incompetent on YouTube. He actually followed me on YouTube. I was very happy about that. But he's a great to watch because he basically he just does a lot of like beginner videos on stuff. So like he does a lot of these. He plays Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup a lot. Like every update he checks it out. Yeah, no wait. Yeah, Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. Um Elin, he covered Elin a lot too. So if you ever want to learn a complicated game, he's one of the best people to just start watching a video, because he does an explainer that teaches you how to play it, but doesn't like give, like spoil stuff until a certain point or whatever. Like a lot of his explainers are just like there to get you started and get you into the game and the systems faster. Like I really, really like his channel. And he followed me. But it's just things like this. This is all I've been doing in research in the last 2.5 months is stuff like this and learning more and more about different systems that different games. Do you know Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead? Because that's what really got me started in trying to this vision that I have of the game. No? Oh my god. So I can play this one pretty well. I'm pretty damn good at this one. Oh yeah.
Hey people, Seth here.
Well, this is the most in-depth zombie end of the world cataclysm survival game out there. Like it's a C++ open source game that's oh man, it's just the breadth. This is an old review. And it's just kind of a funnier one, but this game is crazy. It's cool.
Here. Today, I'll be reviewing a game that's not often talked about, Cataclysm, Dark Days Ahead. Have you ever been so thirsty you drink water straight from a toilet, only to catch ass parasites and die? Have you ever been so upset from getting caught in a rain that nothing could make you feel better except a soothing shot of heroin? Have you ever decided to surgically implant yourself with bionics that allow instantaneous physical teleportation, only to teleport inside a concrete wall and be crushed to death? All of these are distinct possibilities in Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead is a turn-based sandbox roguelike set in modern times following a sudden apocalypse. As a grueling survival game with permadeath, Cataclysm pulls no punches in creating a tense and sometimes bleak setting. Yet despite all that, it's incredibly fucking fun. Story. The best part about the story is that no one knows exactly what happened, but I'll give a simple gist of it. While future governments are busy bickering and threatening each other, the cataclysm hits. We get invaded by different extra-dimensional organisms vying for control of Earth. Some of these are multiple species enthralled under a superior controller intelligence. Some are part of a sentient fungal hive mind that spreads its spores throughout the planet, and some are part of the most widespread and prolific group, known only as the Blob. The game takes place several days after the cataclysm, by which point most human life has been extinguished in major cities. The sentient blob organism infests any living creature and rapidly divides inside them until life functions fail, at which point it will revive them as a host for the blob, using the body's biomass for fuel and muscles for locomotion. Any hosts of the blob are extremely aggressive, as their primary reproductive strategy relies on spreading the organism through open wounds. The infection is treatable, which is why blob hosts prefer to utilize mauling, deep bites, cuts, and claws to inoculate as much of the organism as possible, preferably killing the victim in a process, whose whole body will be hijacked within several hours and rise again as a fresh host. There is only one goal in Cataclysm: survive. In a rare case you manage to live long enough to see winter, only then you can start developing ambitions. Go from just surviving to controlling and dominating your environment. Find other survivors and have them join you as companions. Follow radio signals and trails that lead to some of the last bastions of humanity, and help re-establish civilization. Cataclysm is designed as a survival sandbox, and doesn't force you to do more than the bare necessities. The rest is up to you. Gameplay. Cataclysm's a roguelike. A complicated one at that. You'll need to utilize your entire keyboard to make use of all the functions given to you. There's no point explaining the controls. Just play it until memory.
The vehicle system in this game is insane. Every single part, you can strip a vehicle down and build a fucking vehicle from scratch if you got welding and shit. Like, Vormithrax did a playthrough where he built a battle arc, and he built a big fucking vehicle with cages on the side, and his goal was to trap all the most dangerous monsters inside of it. This game is crazy, dude.
Memorizing them is second.
And that's turn-based vehicle driving. Like, it looks so good. Like,
nature to you. Download my copy and play random characters until you figure it all out. And don't forget to tell us how you died. Most of your characters won't live long, but if it's any consolation, my first character was a literal neckbeard. I walked barely 5 meters out of the evac shelter and got attacked by a wild moose, which I somehow managed to kill by thrashing its skull with my Nintendo brick. It broke both of my legs, so I couldn't walk, so I played Game Boy instead to avoid depression and distract from the pain. I was getting ravenously hungry, so I dragged my crippled body to a sharp rock and used it to rip out raw chunks of moose flesh and intestines, playing Game Boy in between bouts of regurgitating the disgusting flesh and entrails while dying of thirst. Then a pack of coyotes ate me alive. It was at this point I realized, this is the game for me. But stick with it, and you'll find yourself dying less from stupid circumstances and more from your own stupid decisions. As briefly mentioned before, you play different characters in Cataclysm. While you can generate different worlds, these can accommodate multiple characters, starting in different, unique scenarios, randomly spread throughout a world. The class and background of a character you pick will either improve or hinder your odds of survival, while their traits and quirks make for some hilarious situations. You could be flat-footed and stealthy, or brawny and resistant to disease, or you could be a psychopath that feels no remorse when mowing down undead children with your Volkswagen, or you could be a schizophrenic, suffering auditory and visual hallucinations. You can even start the game as a genetic dead end, having an allergy to almost every type of grain, fruit, dairy, or processed food. I hope you enjoy bulimia, because that's a condition in this game. So is anorexia. In many ways, Cataclysm is the quintessential teen girl simulator. Many of the classes in the game range from sensible to complete meme material. You could pick anything from a police officer to a crackhead, hooker, BDSM gimp, or even a religious preacher. On that note, very few games out there actually let you play as an imam. Imams naturally start with increased diplomacy. I recently did an imam playthrough of Cataclysm. Being a people person, I was more a talker than a doer. Within days, I had shown several survivors the true path to Jannah, equipping them with Kalashnikovs and gunning down every heathen on our war path to glory. This worked well until we ran out of ammunition. Unfazed, my men continued to bash the enemy. As admirable as their courage was, we were assaulted by a zombie Hulk, who left my men in pieces and me splattered on the sidewalk. Where you start on the map and what challenges you'll face are largely determined by the
it's just crazy in-depth game, man. Like, I love Cataclysm, the days, or Dark Days Ahead. Like, I had this one run. I was building up a colony and had a bunch of survivors and whatnot, and like it's actually getting things kind of like going well and whatnot. And then I was driving off to gather some more food because I'd done pillaged all the houses and around me and the edge of town. And like, you want to raid cities at night, like during the day it's way more dangerous. They can see you, and there's just so many zombies in the cities. But at night, you can kind of sneak around and kind of get in there and loot. But anyways, I was driving across the river, and then all of a sudden, like, I pull up, and there's a tree trunk laid across the road. And like, I hit it, and like, I was like, oh, what the fuck is this? And then it was an ambush, and there's like bandits with guns, and they started gatting at me. And they got me, and like, I was bleeding out, but I was able to back out and drive away. But I ended up dying from that. Like, it was, I don't know, just so many good experiences in that game. Emergent gameplay for the win. I need to do deep research on that and analyze it some more. Actually, that one I haven't actually dug into the C++ that much. But it is one of my favorite games of all time. Yeah, let's see that. sweet the sound. All right. Let's see here. Am I checked in? What do we got? Fog of War zip. No, delete that. Need to delete that. Probably gonna, yep, there goes Explorer. Probably gonna continue polishing the dungeon generation system, add room or decor, more wall or floor and wall variations, decor items like decorative things, corner pieces, loot, treasure chest, and traps, and the ability to find rare POIs in procedurally generated dungeons like altars of the gods. So you can different things like that. One more time again. I'm probably gonna hit the hay here soon. Just so cool. Just so cool. So damn cool. Yeah, like again, I don't know, man. Like this project's been going so well, and like I'm implementing things in such a clean way. I go back to the last project I did like this, where I was just rolling. I was learning Unity for the most part. I already knew game dev, a lot of that stuff, all that, but Unity and best practices with that. And I opened up that past project, and actually, I don't want to see it. It is again kind of the same inspiration, but like, man, I was just slapping stuff together. I was definitely feeling it out.
Most processes are full screen.
So here's like the visual vibe of it. It was this one's very inspired by Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. Is this really one? No, this is two. And there's some stuff I've done in here that I may actually leverage or come back and clean up. This project isn't dead. I've just got it in source control. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Walk. I basically had a cinematic camera when you're walking. I gotta fix that. Damn it, show it. Test the other camera. Which camera mount? Any action started, the camera manager will say for it to have Bob. Like I may put like a Bob script on it or something. Like I had such cool like camera work going on in this. Camera mount 3. I am gonna scale the. Yeah, this isn't dead, but it needs big code review and a lot of cleanup. 2 is the first one, and we're going to fix that. Camera 2 is the first one. You walk already? I'm fixing it. There it is. It's too far off from center. In movement. So like when you're walking, you can kind of switch to these cinematic camera angles to make
This
it,
one
you know.
looks like it's gonna work pretty good. Oops.
There's a lot of love into this project, but again, it's I had to basically I took a that was about a year and a half, two ago, and I ended up having to go work on the East Coast, and I was off. Just work was really busy, and I was traveling a lot, so I didn't get to really get to work on it a lot. And I kind of just got burnt out because everything was so spaghettified, and I didn't wasn't implementing clean, using anything like I do now. But I'm gonna come back to that guy and eventually do something with it. There's a lot of cool stuff in there. I just gotta clean it up and basically get it all patched up because I was in the middle of level editing and some other system. But basically, like I was so deep into that, it was a big refactor, and then I had to step away, and like I just got to figure out like where it was. Yeah, I just got to get it working again, essentially, which I could do probably pretty fast. But this one here, and that's full of assets. Like I think the size of that game now, and I was using tons of assets to accomplish it. Let's see here. The size of it is. I actually opened it up a couple days ago, but and I wasn't keeping the project clean. I kept bringing in crap and playing with it. Yeah, 60 gigs just the asset folder right there. Like way too much shit in there. Like here's the folder structure. Like I was pulling in assets, trying things out, and I was not organizing shit. It was like pure ADHD stuff. Like now I thanks to my little AI workflow of deep research, project plan, implement, I've gotten to where I've been very religious about not junking up and not bringing in crap that I'm not committed to this project. And again, these are all systems that I've rolled, and it's not a bunch of assets. So here I've got audio, data, editor, external assets. If I do have external assets, they go in a folder now. And those are just models and textures typically, fonts, material, models, prefabs, resources, scene, script, settings, textures, UI toolkit. Here I got all kinds of shit. I got 3D models I created of my kids. Oh my gosh, I forgot about these. I can actually create a really detailed model of people using Character Creator 4 and Headshot Pro. If you just give me like a front facing photo of you with a neutral facial expression, within like an hour or two, I can have a 3D character of you that is pretty damn convincing. So I had my son and my two kids fighting like superheroes and shit in the engine. There's so much cleanup I have to do in this project. I love this project to death, but I was just being messy and fast and loose, and leaning too much on assets instead of building systems from the ground up. Which again, where it makes sense and it really is going to buy me thousands of man hours, like the pathfinding asset that I use. Yeah, I'm not going to try to roll an A-star pathfinding project that is as well optimized and as fast and is as cleanly implemented. This idea of past Christmas, elf greeting cards, and a kung fu game on 3DS. Man, NES kung fu, man. That was peak gaming. So this is a 3D model of my son. Like really I mean, just really nails it. God, I gotta remember how to use this.
Hi there, I'm a digital character created with Character Creator. And as you can see, I can act, talk, and have lively expressions. I look forward to being part of your upcoming animation works. Hi there, I'm a digital character created with Character Creator.
There's a headshot I used. Yeah, it's just this powerful software here. If I ever do a real graphically high fidelity graphical game, which I never will probably, I will be using this tool because I can create 3D characters like a lot of people from my hometown. This is my other son. I think I put him in a military outfit. And I figure out the key commands. So there's him. This is like a whole, you can overlay the photo and then tweak the sliders and stuff and get it, like really dial it in because it automatically does a lot of the texturing work from the photo, but then you can just continue to improve it. So like it's a good clean headshot with a solid background, a neutral expression, all that. You gets you most of the way there, and then from there it's just polish. But I'm over the trying to create crazy high fidelity stuff. I just want to create a fun, functional game with a lot of features. Because I like turn-based roguelike. I like games like with strategy and you can think, and I don't like reflex gaming too much anymore. Like I keep thinking I want to buy Battlefield 6, but I know I'll just get owned. I love Battlefield though. It is fun. I like playing medic. I just sit back and like keep people up. And tank. I love tanking and medic. All right, yeah, I'm gonna call it for the night. It's been good hanging with you, man. Appreciate you stopping back by again. Oh, all right. Yeah. All right, man. You too. I'll drop the socials one more time for everybody, and then I am off. Where's it at? Alerts. Drop me a like, follow, subscribe, comment, poke. I don't know. Whatever it is. Every little bit helps. I'm trying to build up a following. Trying. God, it's so clean and it works so fast. I love it to death, man. I'm really, 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 really happy with this because it is the foundation for so many other parts of the game that, like base building, like just the reversal destruction. um, the Fog of War looks so clean. If I can just get the tiles to like Nox on PC back in the 90s from Westwood Studios, that Field of View or Fog of War is one of the cleanest ones still this day, I think. That game just got drips in style. It's so good. And this stream has literally just been me building out this dungeon system and the Fog of War system from scratch. And the terrain destruction, or yeah, chunking, optimization, mesh generation and combination. There's a lot of good stuff here. And I think I will actually create a video that kind of goes over the dungeon scripts and the Fog of War and the mesh optimization and stuff. A very focused video. I think it'd be a good one. And again, the scripts for this are in my Discord. You can get all the scripts I made tonight there. You just swap out your player character, and it should take a little work to get those scripts working in your project. But appreciate y'all, and I will see you later. Come on, button.